The Whitechapel Covenant, a supernatural history of Jack the Ripper. In the autumn of 1888, 5 women died in London's East End, but their deaths were not random acts of madness. They were sacrificial offerings in the most sophisticated supernatural conspiracy in royal history. Their blood spilled to power ancient magic that would protect the British Crown's darkest secrets for eternity. What if Jack the Ripper was never meant to be caught because the murders served a purpose far more sinister than serial killing? What if the systematic mutilation of Marianne Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly followed ritual patterns designed to harness otherworldly forces? What if the reason this case has never been solved is not due to Victorian investigative limitations, but because supernatural guardians still protect the truth with otherworldly power? The evidence has always been there, hidden in plain sight. The precise anatomical knowledge suggesting royal medical training, the Masonic symbols carved into the victims, the mysterious cessation of murders after exactly 5 deaths, and the systematic suppression of any investigation that approached the throne. But most telling of all are the supernatural phenomena that began immediately after the killings ended. The ghostly figures in royal regalia, the mysterious deaths of researchers who dug too deep, and the otherworldly encounters that continue to this day. This is the untold story of how Prince Albert Victor's forbidden love affair triggered a crisis that threatened the monarchy itself, leading to a desperate pact with ancient bloodline magic that transformed ritual murder into eternal supernatural protection. It is the chronicle of how 5 women's deaths created ghostly guardians, whose otherworldly vigilance ensures that some royal secrets will never be revealed. From the fog-shrouded streets of Victorian Whitechapel to the digital surveillance networks of the modern age, the supernatural forces unleashed by the royal conspiracy continue their eternal watch. Every researcher who has approached the forbidden truth has encountered them. Every investigation that threatened exposure has been mysteriously thwarted. Every attempt to contact the victim's spirits has been met with otherworldly warnings about forces that transcend human understanding. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, not because the evidence has been lost to time, but because otherworldly powers ensure it will never be found. The truth lies protected behind veils of mystical terror that have grown stronger with each passing decade, guarded by eternal sentinels whose supernatural authority derives from the ultimate sacrifice of royal blood and innocent lives. Some mysteries endure because they cannot be solved. Others persist because they must never be solved. This is the story of Jack the Ripper as it has never been told, not as criminal history, but as supernatural conspiracy that transformed the British monarchy into something far more ancient and terrifying than the world has ever imagined. Enter at your own risk. The Guardians are still watching. Chapter 1, The Crown's Dark Foundation, 1864 to 1885, where royal blood first turns cold. The first sign that something unnatural plagued the House of Hanover came not with screams in Whitechapel, but with silence in the royal nurseries of Sandringham House. On a bitter January night in 1864, as Queen Victoria's grandson Prince Albert Victor drew his first breath, every clock in the estate stopped at precisely 11:47 p.m. The midwives would later swear in hushed whispers that the infant's cries echoed through corridors where no child lay, and that shadows moved against the light in ways that defied both physics and reason. Mrs. Eleanor Blackwood, the head nursemaid who had served 3 generations of royalty, recorded in her private diary a document that would mysteriously vanish from palace archives decades later, that the newborn prince possessed eyes that seemed to look through this world into another, as if he could see things that God had mercifully hidden from the rest of us. She noted with growing unease that mirrors throughout the nursery wing began showing reflections that moved independently of their subjects, and that several wet nurses refused to enter the prince's chambers after reporting whispered voices calling their names from empty rooms. The supernatural disturbances at Sandringham were not unprecedented in the royal household. Prince Albert, the prince consort and grandfather to the newborn, had documented similar phenomena in his private correspondence with German occultists, describing manifestations of otherworldly intelligence that seemed drawn to royal bloodlines. His widow, Queen Victoria, had become increasingly obsessed with spiritualism following his death in 1861, hosting seances in the private apartments of Windsor Castle and Balmoral. Palace servants whispered that Her Majesty spoke regularly with her deceased husband's spirit, and that the conversations often concerned protecting the family from ancient debts that must someday be paid. These debts, according to fragmentary records recovered from a hidden chamber in Windsor Castle during renovations in 1992, trace back to the occult practices allegedly employed by earlier Hanoverian monarchs to secure their grip on the British throne. The documents, quickly classified and removed from public access, suggested that each generation of the royal family inherited not only titles and wealth, but supernatural obligations that grew more demanding with each passing reign. Young Prince Albert Victor, known to his family as Eddie, displayed peculiarities from infancy that went far beyond typical royal eccentricity. His first nursemaid, Sarah Whitmore, lasted only 3 weeks before requesting transfer to other duties, claiming that the prince's cradle rocked by itself during the darkest hours of night, and that she had witnessed toys arranging themselves into disturbing patterns while the infant slept. Her replacement, Margaret Thornfield, endured 6 months before suffering what palace physicians diplomatically termed nervous exhaustion, though her private letters to her sister described nightmarish visions of the infant prince floating above his crib while spectral figures in antiquated royal regalia circled below. The pattern of supernatural disturbances intensified as Prince Albert Victor grew from infant to child. By age 5, he was reportedly conducting conversations with invisible companions who possessed detailed knowledge of palace secrets and royal genealogy extending back centuries. His governess, Miss Catherine Holbrook, documented these exchanges in coded entries within her teaching logs, describing how the young prince would relay messages from deceased relatives containing information he could not possibly have learned through conventional means. More disturbing were the prince's prophetic utterances, delivered in a voice that witnesses described as unnaturally mature for his age. In 1869, at age 5, he allegedly warned his grandmother, Queen Victoria, that the lady in white walks the corridors of Buckingham Palace, searching for the blood debt that must be paid before the century turns. 3 days later, palace guards reported seeing a spectral woman in Tudor-era dress roaming the state apartments, an apparition that continued to manifest sporadically throughout Victoria's reign. The royal family's connection to supernatural forces deepened through their involvement with secret societies that blended aristocratic privilege with occult practices. Prince Albert Victor's father, the future King Edward VII, maintained memberships in several exclusive organizations that operated under the guise of gentlemen, S clubs, while pursuing interests in ancient mysteries and forbidden knowledge. The Orphic Circle, meeting monthly in a private room above a Mayfair tavern, counted among its members some of the most powerful men in the British Empire, including senior military officers, prominent physicians, and influential members of Parliament. These gatherings, according to surviving member records hidden in the archives of the British Museum's restricted collection, involved ritual practices designed to commune with spiritual entities that could provide guidance on matters of statecraft and personal power. Participants described sessions where information was received from deceased historical figures, military strategies were revealed through supernatural means, and future events were predicted with disturbing accuracy. The circle's influence extended into the highest levels of government, with several of its members serving as advisors to Queen Victoria on matters of imperial policy and domestic security. The most secretive of these organizations was the Order of the Crimson Crown, established in 1871 specifically to address the supernatural challenges facing the royal family. Membership was limited to 12 individuals, each sworn to absolute secrecy through rituals that allegedly bound their souls to the protection of royal secrets even beyond death. The Order's activities centered on containing and channeling the supernatural forces that seemed drawn to royal bloodlines, using techniques borrowed from medieval grimoires and adapted for modern circumstances. Prince Albert Victor's education reflected his family's dual nature, combining traditional aristocratic instruction with more esoteric studies. His private tutors included not only experts in languages, history, and military science, but also scholars of comparative religion, ancient symbolism, and what contemporary records euphemistically termed natural philosophy. Among these was Dr. Heinrich Zimmermann, a German professor who had studied with the same occult circles that had influenced Prince Albert, the prince consort, and who specialized in what he called bloodline manifestations, supernatural phenomena that occurred within specific family lineages. Dr. Zimmermann's private notes, discovered in 1987 during the renovation of a townhouse he had owned in Belgravia, revealed that Prince Albert Victor exhibited remarkable psychic sensitivity, demonstrating abilities that included precognition, telepathic communication with deceased individuals, and the capacity to perceive spiritual entities invisible to others. The professor documented numerous instances where the young prince accurately predicted political events, described the contents of sealed letters before they were opened, and provided detailed accounts of conversations that had occurred in distant locations. These abilities, while remarkable, came with a terrible cost. Dr. Zimmermann's notes describe the prince's increasing isolation as he matured, explaining that his supernatural sensitivity made normal social interactions nearly impossible. The young man could perceive the hidden thoughts and desires of those around him, experiencing their emotions and memories as if they were his own. More disturbing, he began to manifest physical symptoms that suggested his psychic abilities were literally consuming his life force unexplained weight. Loss, chronic fatigue, and a pallor that no amount of outdoor activity could remedy. The supernatural disturbances that had begun with Prince Albert Victor's birth continued to intensify throughout his childhood and adolescence, affecting not only the prince himself, but everyone in his vicinity. Palace staff reported that clocks throughout any residence he occupied would synchronize to an unheard rhythm, striking hours that did not correspond to actual time. Photographs taken of the prince often revealed additional figures in the background shadowy forms that were invisible to the naked eye but appeared clearly in developed images. Several professional photographers refused to work with the royal family after developing plates that showed the prince surrounded by what they described as a court of the dead. The most unsettling manifestations occurred during the prince's periods of illness, which became increasingly frequent as he approached adulthood. During these episodes, palace physicians documented phenomena that challenged their understanding of medical science. Temperatures that fluctuated wildly without corresponding changes in the prince's condition, wounds that appeared and healed spontaneously, and instances where the prince's pulse and breathing would cease for extended periods while he remained conscious and alert. Dr. William Jenner, the royal family's physician, maintained private records of these incidents that were sealed immediately following his death in 1898. According to second-hand accounts from his assistants, these records described the prince's ability to exist in what Dr. Jenner termed suspended animation, during which his physical body showed no signs of life, while his consciousness appeared to travel to distant locations. Palace staff reported seeing the prince in multiple places simultaneously during these episodes, and several claimed to have received messages from him while he lay motionless in his sickbed. The royal family, as attempts to address these supernatural challenges, led them deeper into the world of Victorian occultism, a shadowy realm where aristocratic curiosity met ancient practices that had survived centuries of Christian persecution. Queen Victoria herself became a patron of several prominent mediums, including the celebrated Mrs. Georgina Weldon, whose seances in the private apartments of Windsor Castle allegedly provided the Queen with guidance from Prince Albert's spirit on matters ranging from imperial policy to family affairs. These sessions, conducted in rooms specially prepared with protective symbols and blessed relics, often produced phenomena that extended far beyond simple spirit communication. Witnesses described instances where furniture moved without physical contact, where deceased royal ancestors appeared as visible apparitions, and where information was revealed that proved accurate when later verified through official channels. The Queen's private secretary, Sir Henry Ponsonby, noted in his encrypted diary that these supernatural consultations became increasingly central to Her Majesty's decision-making process, influencing everything from military appointments to marriage negotiations for her children and grandchildren. The intersection of royal authority and supernatural power created a dangerous precedent that would have far-reaching consequences for the British Empire. Palace insiders reported that Queen Victoria's reliance on spirit guidance led to policies that served the interests of otherworldly entities rather than the British people, including military campaigns launched to acquire artifacts, with alleged mystical properties and diplomatic agreements that contained secret clauses known only to the dead advisors who had negotiated them through seances. As Prince Albert Victor approached his 20th birthday, the supernatural forces that had surrounded him since birth began to manifest in new and more troubling ways. Palace guards reported that locked doors would be found standing open in areas where the prince had walked, that mirrors would crack spontaneously in his presence, and that animals throughout the royal estates exhibited signs of extreme agitation whenever he appeared. The prince himself began experiencing what Dr. Zimmerman described as temporal displacement episodes, during which he would accurately describe events that had not yet occurred or would suddenly speak in languages he had never studied, delivering messages that proved to contain authentic historical information. The most ominous development occurred in 1884, when Prince Albert Victor began experiencing what he described as the bleeding dreams. In his nightmarish visions, he witnessed brutal murders taking place in the slums of London's East End, crimes committed by a figure whose face remained hidden but whose methods bore disturbing similarities to ritualistic practices described in the occult texts that filled his private library. The prince's accounts of these dreams, recorded by Dr. Zimmerman during their increasingly frequent consultation sessions, contained details about locations, victims, and techniques that would prove horrifyingly accurate when similar crimes began occurring in reality 4 years later. The dreams intensified throughout 1885, becoming so vivid and frequent that Prince Albert Victor began to question whether he was witnessing future events or somehow participating in them through supernatural means. Dr. Zimmerman's notes from this period describe a young man tormented by visions of violence he could neither understand nor prevent, trapped in a cycle of prophetic nightmares that seemed to be preparing him for a role he desperately wished to avoid. Palace officials, growing increasingly concerned about the prince's mental state and the supernatural. Chapter 2, Forbidden's Love and Ancient Curses, 1885 to 1887. When passion awakens the darkness, the supernatural forces that had plagued Prince Albert Victor since birth found their perfect catalyst in the autumn of 1885, when the troubled royal encountered Annie Elizabeth Crook in the most unlikely of circumstances. Their meeting occurred not in the glittering ballrooms of Mayfair or the manicured gardens of royal estates, but in the grimy back streets of Cleveland Street, where the prince had been drawn by what he would later describe as voices calling from the shadows of London. As forgotten places, Annie Crook worked as a shop girl in a modest tobacconist's establishment, her days spent serving the working-class clientele, who could afford neither the luxury goods of the West End nor the attention of royalty. Yet from the moment Prince Albert Victor first glimpsed her through the shop's grimy window, witnesses reported phenomena that suggested their encounter had been orchestrated by forces beyond mere chance. The gas lamps throughout Cleveland Street flickered in perfect synchronization as the prince approached the shop, and several passers-by later swore they had heard the sound of church bells ringing. Though no religious services were being conducted in the vicinity, Mrs. Margaret Ashford, the elderly proprietress of the tobacconist's shop, recorded in her private diary that the atmosphere in her establishment changed dramatically the moment the disguised prince entered. The temperature dropped noticeably despite the October warmth, and the shop's normally docile cat began exhibiting signs of extreme agitation, hissing at empty corners and refusing to venture near the counter where Annie served customers. Most unsettling of all, Mrs. Ashford noticed that the mirrors throughout her shop used to detect shoplifters and monitor customer behavior began reflecting images that did not correspond to the people actually present in the room. Annie herself, according to testimony she would later provide to Father Michael O'Brien of St. Patrick's Church, experienced an immediate and overwhelming sense of recognition upon seeing the prince, as if she had been waiting her entire life for this specific moment. She described feeling drawn by invisible threads toward the mysterious gentleman whose refined accent and expensive clothing clearly marked him as someone far above her social station. More disturbing, she reported that during their first conversation, she found herself speaking words she had never intended to say, as if some external force was guiding their interaction toward a predetermined conclusion. The prince's visits to Cleveland Street became increasingly frequent throughout the autumn of 1885, each encounter accompanied by supernatural phenomena that grew more pronounced with every meeting. Local residents reported that the street lamps would illuminate spontaneously whenever the prince approached, creating a pathway of light that followed his movements through the neighborhood. Windows in nearby buildings would rattle without wind, and several witnesses claimed to have seen additional figures walking alongside the prince's shadowy companions who cast no reflection in shop windows and left no footprints on dusty pavements. Father O'Brien, who ministered to the predominantly Catholic working-class population of the area, noted in his parish records that confessions during this period contained an unusual number of reports about supernatural encounters. Parishioners described dreams in which they witnessed elaborate ceremonies taking place in locations that matched no existing churches or buildings in London. These dream ceremonies invariably featured a royal figure performing marriage rites with a common woman, while spectral witnesses dressed in the regalia of long-dead monarchs observed from galleries that seemed to exist in multiple time periods simultaneously. The supernatural intensification reached a crescendo in November 1885, when Prince Albert Victor and Annie Crook began conducting secret meetings in a rented room above a bakery on Dorset Street. The building, as other tenants reported phenomena that transformed their humble lodgings into what one described as a theater for ghostly performances. Residents heard the sound of organ music emanating from the empty room during the early morning hours, though no musical instruments were present in the building. The wallpaper in adjacent rooms began displaying patterns that had not been there when originally installed intricate designs that resembled heraldic symbols and religious iconography from centuries past. Mrs. Sarah Fleming, who occupied the room directly below the secret meeting place, documented in letters to her sister in Ireland that the floorboards above her head would creak in rhythmic patterns that sounded like processional footsteps, as if invisible wedding parties were continuously rehearsing ceremonial processions. She reported that the temperature in her room would fluctuate dramatically during the prince's visits, alternating between stifling heat and bone-chilling cold in cycles that seem to correspond to the emotional intensity of the conversations taking place above. The relationship between Prince Albert Victor and Annie Crook developed with an urgency that suggested supernatural compulsion rather than natural attraction. Both participants would later describe feeling driven by forces beyond their control, as if their growing intimacy was fulfilling some cosmic requirement that had been established long before their births. The prince confided to Dr. Zimmerman that his prophetic dreams had begun featuring Annie months before their actual meeting, showing her face with perfect clarity while revealing nothing about where or when their encounter would occur. Annie's own supernatural experiences during this period included vivid dreams in which she witnessed her own future with startling accuracy. She described visions of herself dressed in elaborate wedding garments that bore the embroidered symbols of royal houses, standing in a candlelit chamber while voices in Latin blessed a union that would have profound consequences for both church and state. These dreams consistently featured the same warning that their love would awaken ancient powers that had slumbered for generations, and that their union would ultimately demand a price paid in blood and terror. The transformation of their relationship from clandestine romance to formal commitment occurred through circumstances that defied rational explanation. In December 1885, Annie discovered she was pregnant under conditions that should have been medically impossible. Dr. James Morrison, the physician who examined her, noted in his private records that Annie displayed physical symptoms consistent with pregnancy, despite maintaining that intimate relations with the prince had been limited and infrequent. More puzzling, she exhibited signs of carrying twins despite her modest physical frame and the early stage of gestation. The pregnancy's supernatural aspects became evident almost immediately. Annie experienced morning sickness that followed no natural pattern, with symptoms that intensified during specific lunar phases and seemed to respond to the prince's emotional state, rather than normal biological rhythms. She reported that the unborn child or children communicated with her through movements that formed recognizable patterns, as if spelling out messages in a code she could somehow understand despite having no formal education in such matters. Palace officials learned of Annie's condition through channels that suggested supernatural surveillance rather than conventional intelligence gathering. Sir Francis Knowles, the prince's private secretary, received detailed reports about the pregnancy before Annie herself had confirmed her condition with a physician. These reports contained information about the child's estimated birth date, likely gender, and expected physical characteristics with an accuracy that implied access to knowledge beyond normal human perception. The revelation of Annie's pregnancy triggered immediate action from the royal household's Zest network of advisors and protectors. Sir William Gull, who had been monitoring Prince Albert Victor's supernatural manifestations, declared that the situation required extraordinary measures to prevent the awakening of forces that have remained dormant since the establishment of the current rail line. His proposed solution involved a secret marriage ceremony that would legitimize the child while containing the supernatural energies that threatened to expose the royal family as occult connections. The wedding ceremony between Prince Albert Victor and Annie Crook took place on February 14th, 86, in a private chapel that had been specifically consecrated for the occasion. The location, a converted chamber in the basement of St. Saviour's Church in Southwark, had been chosen for its isolation from both public scrutiny and supernatural interference. Father Thomas Brennan, who officiated the ceremony, later described the event in sealed confessional records as a marriage blessed by heaven, but cursed by powers that sought to claim the royal bloodline for their own purposes. The ceremony itself was attended by only 7 witnesses, each sworn to absolute secrecy through oaths that allegedly bound their souls to protect the marriage as existence beyond death. Those present reported that the chapel's atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as the service progressed, with candles flickering despite the absence of drafts and shadows moving independently of the people who should have cast them. Most disturbing, several witnesses claimed to see additional figures in the chapel's spectral guests, dressed in the ceremonial garments of different historical periods, as if representatives from past, royal generations had manifested to witness this critical moment in their lineage, supernatural evolution. Annie's pregnancy progressed with supernatural acceleration, reaching full term in just 6 months rather than the expected 9. The child, a daughter christened Alice Margaret Crook, was born on May 15th, 1886, displaying physical characteristics that immediately marked her as different from normal infants. Dr. Morrison, as confidential birth records, described a child whose eyes possessed an unusual violet hue that seemed to shift and change in different lighting conditions, and whose birth cries reportedly harmonized with sounds that had no visible source. The infant's supernatural nature became evident within days of her birth. Nurses reported that Alice's crib would rock gently without any physical contact, and that toys placed near her would arrange themselves in complex geometric patterns while she slept. More unsettling, the child seemed to respond to voices and presences that were invisible to adult observers, turning her head to track movement in empty spaces and smiling at corners of rooms where no one stood. The birth of Alice Margaret Crook marked a turning point in the supernatural forces surrounding the royal family. Palace advisors reported that the prophetic dreams experienced by various royal household members became more frequent and specific following the child's arrival, with particular emphasis on visions of violence and bloodshed in London's East End. These dreams consistently featured the same elements: ritualistic murders performed by a figure whose identity remained hidden, and a growing supernatural darkness that threatened to consume not only the royal family but the entire structure of British society. Prince Albert Victor's own condition deteriorated rapidly following Chapter 3, The Royal Physician's Dark Arts, 1887 to 1888. Sir William Gull's descent into madness. Sir William Withy. Gull had built his reputation on the precise application of medical science to the most challenging cases of Victorian society, earning his baronetcy through his treatment of the Prince of Wales during a life-threatening bout of typhoid fever in 1871. Yet by the winter of 1887, servants in his Mayfair residence whispered that their master had begun consulting texts that predated Hippocrates by millennia, and that the sounds emanating from his private study resembled incantations more than medical consultations. The transformation began steadily, following Gull's first examination of Prince Albert Victor in November 1886. Dr. Heinrich Zimmermann's private correspondence with colleagues in Germany described Gull's demeanor as profoundly altered after this initial consultation, noting that the distinguished physician had requested access to obscure medical manuscripts housed in the British Museum's rest-restricted collection. These texts, according to museum records that were later classified as state secrets, included treatises on what medieval scholars euphemistically termed bloodline medicine, therapeutic practices that addressed supernatural afflictions through methods that conventional medicine would consider barbaric. Mrs. Catherine Hartwell, Gull's longtime housekeeper, documented the earliest signs of her employer's transformation in a diary that her family would later attempt unsuccessfully to publish. She described how Sir William, as previously immaculate study, became cluttered with ancient volumes bound in materials she preferred not to identify, and how the room's atmosphere grew so oppressive that even the household cats refused to enter. Most disturbing, she reported that mirrors throughout the house began reflecting images that did not correspond to the room as actual contents, showing instead what appeared to be medical procedures being performed in locations that resembled neither Gull surgery nor any modern hospital. The physician's interest in ancient medical practices had deep roots that extended back to his student years at University College London, where he had studied under professors who maintained that certain hereditary conditions could only be understood through examination of pre-Christian healing traditions. Dr. Thomas Wackley, editor of The Lancet and one of Gole's early mentors, had introduced him to a secretive network of medical practitioners who believed that aristocratic bloodlines carried supernatural elements that required specialized treatment approaches. This network, known privately as the Collegium Obscurum, met monthly in the basement chambers of the Royal College of Physicians, conducting discussions that blended legitimate medical research with investigations into what they termed metaphysical pathology. Membership was limited to 12 physicians, each representing a different medical specialty, and each sworn to absolute secrecy regarding their collective research into conditions that affected what they called bloodlines of power. Sir William's own records from these meetings, discovered in a hidden compartment of his desk following his death, revealed his growing obsession with the intersection of royal genealogy and supernatural phenomena. His notes described case studies of European aristocratic families whose members exhibited psychic abilities, prophetic dreams, and physical manifestations that suggested the presence of otherworldly influences. Most significantly, he documented patterns suggesting that these supernatural traits intensified during periods of political upheaval or dynastic transition, as if external forces sought to manipulate royal bloodlines during moments of vulnerability. The Collegium's most controversial research involved the development of therapeutic techniques designed to manage or redirect supernatural energies that manifested in their aristocratic patients. These methods, derived from a synthesis of medieval medical texts and contemporary understanding of nervous system function, included controlled bloodletting performed according to astronomical calculations, the administration of pharmaceutical compounds derived from plants mentioned in ancient grimoires, and what Gole's notes described as sympathetic transference procedures. Sympathetic transference, as practiced by the Collegium, involved the ritualistic transfer of supernatural afflictions from patients of noble birth to carefully selected subjects of lower social standing. The theoretical foundation held that supernatural forces were attracted to royal bloodlines, but could be redirected toward substitute hosts through proper ceremonial procedures. The practice required detailed knowledge of both medical anatomy and occult symbolism, combining surgical precision with ritualistic elements that drew from traditions far older than Christianity. Gole's first application of these techniques to Prince Albert Victor occurred in January. The most controversial aspect of Gole's practice involved his use of what he termed Chapter 4, the Whitechapel Awakening, August 1888, when hell comes to the East End. The summer of 1888 brought an oppressive atmosphere to London East End that defied both meteorological explanation and human endurance. Local residents reported that the very air seemed to thicken with malevolent presence, while temperatures fluctuated wildly without regard for seasonal patterns or weather systems moving across the British Isles. By July, parish priests throughout Whitechapel were conducting twice-daily services to address the unprecedented number of parishioners, seeking protection from supernatural forces that seemed to be gathering in the narrow streets and decrepit buildings of London as most desperate quarter. Father Patrick O'Sullivan of St. Patrick's Catholic Church documented the earliest signs of supernatural disturbance in his parish records, noting that confessions during June 1880 contained an alarming number of reports about prophetic dreams, spectral visitations, and unexplained voices calling to residents from seemingly empty buildings. His correspondence with the Bishop of Westminster described a community gripped by collective terror that preceded any actual violence, as if the population sensed approaching horror through some primitive instinct that civilization had failed to suppress. The meteorological anomalies began in earnest during the first week of July. When Whitechapel experienced fog formations that bore no relationship to the weather patterns affecting the rest of London. These supernatural mists appeared with startling suddenness, rising from sewers and cellars to engulf entire streets in thick, yellow-tinged clouds that carried an acrid odor reminiscent of sulfur and decay. Most unsettling, the fog seemed to possess intelligence, forming geometric patterns that resembled ancient symbols and concentrating around specific buildings that would later become significant in the unfolding horror. Dr. James Morrison, whose medical practice served the working-class population of Spitalfields, maintained detailed weather observations that documented the unnatural character of these atmospheric disturbances. His records show that the fog appeared exclusively during nighttime hours, regardless of prevailing wind conditions or atmospheric pressure, and that temperatures within the affected areas dropped by as much as 20 degrees compared to surrounding neighborhoods. Most significantly, he noted that the fog consistently appeared in locations where violence would later occur, as if marking future crime scenes with supernatural precision. The Royal Observatory at Greenwich recorded similar anomalies, though official reports were classified as state secrets and would not be released until the 1960s. Observatory staff documented magnetic compass variations throughout East London that followed no known patterns of terrestrial magnetism, and reported that celestial observations conducted from the area showed star positions that did not correspond to accepted astronomical charts. Most disturbing, several astronomers reported seeing additional celestial bodies, dark stars that appeared only when viewed through telescopes positioned within the supernatural fog, suggesting that the atmospheric disturbances were somehow altering the fundamental laws of physics. Local residents began reporting encounters with spectral figures during the latter weeks of July, describing apparitions that seemed to be conducting reconnaissance of the neighborhood as social networks and gathering intelligence about potential victims. Mrs. Sarah Fleming, whose lodgings on Dorset Street would later place her at the center of the horror, documented these sightings in letters to her sister in Ireland that provide the most detailed contemporary account of the supernatural activity preceding the murders. According to Mrs. Fleming's correspondence, the spectral figures appeared as tall, gaunt men dressed in the formal attire of previous centuries, their faces obscured by shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. These apparitions would materialize near public houses and lodging houses where the neighborhood's most vulnerable residents gathered, apparently observing and cataloging individuals who met specific criteria. Most unsettling, witnesses reported that the figures carried what appeared to be medical instruments, suggesting that their observations served a purpose related to the surgical precision that would characterize the coming atrocities. The supernatural surveillance extended beyond mere observation to active intervention in the daily lives of potential victims. Mary Ann Nichols, who would become the Ripper's first canonical victim, confided to several acquaintances that she had been experiencing prophetic dreams since mid-July, visions that showed her own death with horrifying accuracy. According to testimony collected by Inspector Frederick Aberline following her murder, Nichols described dreams in which she witnessed her own mutilation performed by a figure whose face remained hidden but whose surgical knowledge suggested medical training. Annie Chapman, the second canonical victim, reported similar supernatural experiences to Father O'Sullivan during confession sessions that the priest later described as profoundly disturbing encounters with otherworldly intelligence. Chapman claimed that voices had begun calling her name from empty buildings throughout Whitechapel, leading her to specific locations where she would discover items that seemed to be tokens or warnings, medical instruments left in doorways, pieces of fabric that matched clothing she had never worn, and written messages in handwriting she recognized despite having no memory of their creation. The network of witnesses and informants who possessed knowledge about the royal scandal began experiencing coordinated supernatural harassment, that suggested their elimination had been planned with meticulous precision. Joseph Sickert, a painter who claimed knowledge of Prince Albert Victor's relationship with Annie Crook, reported to police that he was being followed by figures who appeared and disappeared without regard for physical obstacles, passing through walls and locked doors while maintaining constant surveillance of his activities. Walter Dew, a young constable who would later become a detective, the network of royal informants and potential witnesses experienced a final wave of supernatural intimidation during the last. Chapter 5, Mary Ann Nichols, the First Sacrifice. August 31st, 898. Blood spilled for royal secrets. The transformation of Mary Ann Nichols from living woman to supernatural martyr began in the early morning hours of August 31st, 1888, when the otherworldly forces that had been gathering in Whitechapel finally manifested through their human instruments. Her death would establish the template for ritualistic murders, designed to contain dangerous secrets while satisfying the ceremonial requirements of entities that existed beyond the boundaries of mortal understanding. The official investigation would document a simple street killing, but witnesses whose testimony was suppressed described a scene that resembled ancient sacrificial rites more than common criminal violence. Mary Ann Nichols had spent her final evening alive in circumstances that placed her directly within the supernatural web that had been constructed around potential threats to royal security. Her movements through the public houses and lodging establishments of Whitechapel followed a pattern that suggested external compulsion rather than personal choice, as if invisible threads were drawing her toward a predetermined appointment with forces that had been monitoring her. Activities since the supernatural campaign began in July. Her connection to the royal scandal emerged through her employment as a domestic servant in the household of Mrs. Margaret Drew, whose boarding establishment on George Yard had served as a meeting place for individuals connected to Prince Albert Victor's secret marriage to Annie Crook. Police records that were classified immediately following the murder show that Nichols possessed detailed knowledge about the Cleveland Street affair, including information about the specific locations where the royal wedding ceremony had been conducted and the identities of witnesses who could provide testimony that would devastate the monarchy's reputation. More significantly, Nichols had served as a messenger between Annie Crook and sympathetic members of London's working-class community who were prepared to support her claims about the legitimacy of her marriage to the prince. Her role in this network made her a repository of dangerous information that extended beyond the simple fact of the royal wedding to include details about the financial arrangements that had been made to support Annie Crook and her daughter, the names of aristocratic witnesses who had attended the ceremony, and the location of documentary evidence that could prove the marriage's legal validity. The supernatural preparation for her murder had been evident to Nichols herself for several weeks before her death, as documented in conversations she had with fellow residents of the lodging house where she spent her final months. Mrs. Emily Holland, who shared accommodation with Nichols, later told investigators that her friend had been experiencing prophetic dreams since mid-August that showed her own death with horrifying clarity. These visions included details about the surgical mutilation she would suffer, the specific location where her body would be discovered, and most disturbing, the supernatural audience that would witness her murder. According to Holland's suppressed testimony, Nichols described dreams in which she observed her own killing from a perspective outside her physical body, watching as figures in ceremonial robes performed surgical procedures that served ritualistic rather than medical purposes. The dream observers included individuals she recognized as deceased members of the royal family, extending back several generations, suggesting that her murder would be witnessed by supernatural entities that maintained ongoing interest in protecting monarchical secrets across centuries of English history. The final day of Nichols' life was marked by encounters that demonstrated the extent to which supernatural forces had infiltrated the daily routines of Whitechapel's residents. Several witnesses reported seeing her in conversation with well-dressed gentlemen who appeared and disappeared without regard for physical limitations, materializing in public houses and vanishing through walls that should have blocked their passage. These spectral consultants delivered what appeared to be final instructions about her role in the approaching ceremony, providing her with items that resembled religious tokens but incorporated symbols that belonged to no recognized Christian denomination. Most significantly, Father Patrick O'Sullivan documented Nichols' final confession session, conducted on the afternoon of August 30th, during which she revealed that she had been contacted by supernatural messengers who promised that her death would serve a noble purpose in protecting the monarchy from forces that sought to destroy the divine foundation of royal authority. The confession included details about ritualistic requirements that her murder would need to fulfill, suggesting that she had been informed about the ceremonial elements that would accompany her killing. The spectral warnings extended beyond simple prophecy to include specific information about the identity and motivation of the human instruments through whom the otherworldly entities were operating. Nichols' ghost identified Sir William Gole as the primary architect of the supernatural campaign, describing his transformation from royal physician into servant of forces that existed beyond mortal comprehension. She provided details about the ritualistic procedures that had been used to transfer supernatural energies from Prince Albert Victor to carefully selected human vessels, explaining how the royal family's otherworldly afflictions had been redirected toward the systematic elimination of everyone who possessed dangerous knowledge about royal secrets. The psychological impact of Nichols' murder on the Whitechapel community extended far beyond normal grief or fear, creating a collective trauma that suggested supernatural influence over the area's emotional atmosphere. Residents reported experiencing shared nightmares in which they witnessed not only Nichols' death, but also future murders that had not yet occurred, suggesting that the ritualistic killing had established a supernatural connection between the living and the otherworldly forces that planned to continue their campaign of terror. Father O'Sullivan documented the most comprehensive account of the supernatural aftermath in reports he submitted to ecclesiastical authorities that were immediately classified as papal secrets. His records describe a community under siege by forces that used Nichols' murder as a foundation for expanding their influence throughout the East End. Parishioners reported that religious artifacts throughout their homes were being rendered ineffective by supernatural interference, with crosses inverting themselves and holy water transforming into substances that resemble blood. Most disturbing were the reports of supernatural recruitment activities, as residents throughout Whitechapel began receiving nocturnal visits from spectral figures, who delivered offers of financial compensation in exchange for cooperation with the ongoing campaign of terror. These supernatural recruiters demonstrated their power through miraculous healings and displays of otherworldly knowledge, convincing desperate individuals to serve as informants and accomplices in the systematic elimination of witnesses who possessed knowledge about royal secrets. The official investigation into Nichols' murder established patterns of evidence suppression and witness intimidation that would characterize the authorities' response to all subsequent Ripper killings. Inspector Frederick Aberline, who assumed command of the investigation, documented his growing awareness that the murder served purposes that extended far beyond common criminal activity. But his attempts to pursue supernatural elements of the case were consistently blocked by senior officials who possessed classified information about the true nature of the threat. Aberline's private correspondence with colleagues reveals his frustration with an investigation that was designed to fail, as evidence that might lead to the actual perpetrators was systematically removed or destroyed by individuals who possessed authority that superseded normal police jurisdiction. Most significantly, he documented his growing suspicion that the murders were being orchestrated by forces connected to the highest levels of government and the royal family itself, though he was forbidden from pursuing investigative lines that might threaten state security. The transformation of Marian Nichols from living woman into supernatural martyr established the foundation for a campaign of terror that would consume Whitechapel for the remainder of 1888. Her death had served both earthly and otherworldly purposes, eliminating a dangerous witness while creating the ritualistic foundation necessary for subsequent murders that would satisfy the ceremonial requirements of entities that existed beyond mortal understanding. The blood spilled for royal secrets had awakened forces that would not be satisfied until every threat to monarchical security had been eliminated through the most horrific means imaginable. The first sacrifice had been completed, and the supernatural entities that had claimed dominion over royal bloodlines were now prepared to manifest their full power through the human instruments who served their ancient and malevolent purposes. The reign of terror had begun, and hell had found its human servants in the fog-shrouded streets of London's East End. Chapter 6. Annie Chapman, The Message in Blood, September 8, 1888. When the dead speak royal names, the murder of Annie Chapman represented a terrifying escalation in both the ritualistic complexity of the killings and the supernatural forces that were manifesting through the Whitechapel horror. Her death on September 8, 1888, would establish the template for ceremonial violence that combined ancient occult practices with Masonic punishment traditions, creating a hybrid ritual designed to eliminate dangerous witnesses while sending explicit warnings to anyone else who possessed knowledge about royal secrets. The official investigation would document a brutal street crime, but suppressed evidence revealed a carefully orchestrated ceremony that served both earthly and otherworldly purposes. Chapman's connection to the royal conspiracy extended far beyond the simple knowledge that had made Marian Nichols a target for elimination. Her role as an intermediary in Prince Albert Victor's sacred affairs placed her at the center of a network that included not only Annie Crook and her supporters, but also members of the aristocratic community who had provided assistance during the clandestine marriage ceremony. Police records that were classified immediately following her murder show that Chapman possessed detailed information about the financial arrangements that supported the prince's secret family, including knowledge of specific bank accounts and property transactions that could provide documentary proof of the marriage's legitimacy. More significantly, Chapman had served as a courier between Annie Crook and sympathetic members of the legal profession, who were prepared to challenge the monarchy's attempts to suppress evidence of the royal wedding. Her lodgings on Dorset Street had functioned as a meeting place for individuals who possessed the expertise necessary to bring legal action against the crown, including barristers who specialized in matrimonial law and clerks who had access to ecclesiastical records that could establish the ceremony as validity under canon law. The supernatural preparation for Chapman's murder had been evident to residents throughout Whitechapel for several days before her death, as the otherworldly entities responsible for orchestrating the killings began manifesting more directly in the physical world. Mrs. Amelia Richardson, whose backyard would serve as the murder site, reported experiencing prophetic dreams since early September that showed her property being used for ceremonial purposes that resembled ancient sacrificial rites more than common criminal violence. According to Richardson's suppressed testimony, these visions included detailed previews of the ritualistic elements that would accompany Chapman's death, showing spectral figures arranging evidence at the crime scene according to patterns that corresponded to mystical diagrams found in medieval grimoires. Most disturbing, the dreams revealed that her property had been selected not merely for its privacy, but because its location formed part of a larger geometric pattern that connected all the sites where future murders would occur, suggesting that the entire campaign of terror had been planned according to supernatural requirements that transcended normal criminal motivation. Chapman herself had been experiencing increasingly severe supernatural harassment since the murder of Mary Ann Nichols, as documented in conversations she had with fellow residents of her lodging house, who later provided testimony that was immediately classified as confidential. Mrs. Eliza Cooper, who shared accommodation with Chapman, reported that her friend had been receiving nocturnal visits from spectral messengers, who delivered explicit threats about the consequences of revealing dangerous secrets she possessed about royal affairs. These supernatural encounters escalated dramatically during Chapman's final week of life, as she began experiencing what witnesses described as episodes of apparent possession during which she spoke in voices that did not belong to her. According to suppressed police reports, these episodes involved Chapman delivering detailed descriptions of Masonic punishment rituals while demonstrating knowledge of ceremonial procedures that exceeded her education and social background. Most unsettling, the information she provided during these episodes would later correspond exactly to the ritualistic elements that accompanied her murder, suggesting that the supernatural entities responsible for her death were using her as a conduit to announce their intentions. The final day of Chapman's life was marked by encounters that demonstrated the extent to which otherworldly forces had infiltrated every aspect of her daily routine. Several witnesses reported seeing her in conversation with well-dressed gentlemen whose appearance and behavior suggested supernatural rather than human origin. These figures materialized in public locations throughout Whitechapel, delivered what appeared to be final instructions about her role in the approaching ceremony, and vanished through architectural barriers that should have prevented their passage. Most significantly, Father Michael O'Brien documented Chapman's final confession session, conducted on the evening of September 7th, during which she revealed that she had been informed by supernatural messengers about the specific ritualistic requirements her murder would need to fulfill. The confession included details about Masonic punishment traditions that would be incorporated into the ceremonial elements of her death, suggesting that the otherworldly entities responsible for the killings possessed detailed knowledge of secret society practices that they were adapting for their own supernatural purposes. The murder itself occurred in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street at approximately 5:30 a.m. on September 8th. In circumstances that combine the appearance of opportunistic violence with evidence of elaborate ceremonial preparation. John Davis, who discovered the body, provided official testimony that described a straightforward criminal assault, but his private correspondence with family members revealed disturbing details about supernatural phenomena that accompanied his gruesome discovery. According to Davis's suppressed accounts, the crime scene showed clear evidence of ritualistic arrangement that had been prepared before Chapman's arrival at the location. The victim's personal belongings had been arranged around her body in patterns that corresponded to Masonic symbolic systems, with each item positioned according to precise geometric relationships that served ceremonial rather than practical purposes. Most unsettling, several items found at the scene belonged to Chapman, but showed signs of supernatural modification, including coins that displayed symbols not found on legitimate British currency and personal effects that had been inscribed with markings resembling ancient runic inscriptions. The surgical mutilation performed on Chapman's body represented a dramatic escalation in both the complexity and ritualistic precision of the procedures, incorporating elements that serve multiple symbolic and practical purposes simultaneously. Dr. George Baxter Phillips, who conducted the official examination, documented injuries that demonstrated advanced medical knowledge combined with ceremonial requirements that suggested the killer possessed training in both surgical techniques and occult practices that extended far beyond normal medical education. Phillips's confidential report, classified by direct order of Queen Victoria herself, described mutilations that appeared designed to create specific supernatural conditions while sending explicit messages to anyone who possessed knowledge about royal secrets. The victim's internal organs had been removed and arranged according to patterns that corresponded to anatomical diagrams found in medieval alchemical texts, suggesting that the procedures served both ritualistic and magical purposes that transcended simple murder. Most significantly, Phillips noted that several items had been placed within the victim's body cavity that served as direct messages to individuals who possessed knowledge about Masonic traditions and royal connections. These items included a piece of leather that had been inscribed with symbols corresponding to the penalties prescribed for revealing Masonic secrets, and a small metal object that bore the personal seal of Prince Albert Victor, establishing a direct connection between the murder and the royal scandal that needed to be contained. The supernatural elements surrounding Chapman's murder became evident immediately to investigating officers who experienced severe and immediate consequences following their examination of the crime scene. Inspector Joseph Chandler, who supervised the initial investigation, reported that his eyesight began deteriorating within hours of viewing the body, developing a condition that caused him to see spectral figures observing his activities from impossible locations. Dr. Phillips suffered sudden onset of auditory hallucinations in which he heard surgical procedures being performed in empty rooms, accompanied by the distinct sound of Masonic ritual chanting. Most disturbing were the experiences of Sergeant William Thick, who attempted to document the crime scene evidence before it could be removed by senior officials. Thick reported being visited nightly by Chapman's spirit, who delivered detailed warnings about the supernatural forces responsible for her death and the continuing danger facing other potential victims. According to his suppressed testimony, Chapman's ghost revealed that her murder had been designed to establish a more powerful supernatural channel through which otherworldly entities could manifest their influence in the physical world. The cover-up of supernatural evidence began immediately upon discovery of the body, with government officials arriving at the scene to remove materials that contradicted the official narrative of random criminal violence. Witnesses reported seeing men with Home Office credentials, collecting samples of the arranged evidence and photographing symbols before these items were destroyed or removed from the scene. Most significantly, several observers noted the presence of individuals wearing Masonic regalia, who appeared to be conducting their own investigation according to criteria that differed substantially from normal police procedures. The mysterious messages allegedly found at the scene included materials that established direct connections between Chapman's murder and ancient punishment rituals practiced by secret societies that claimed authority over royal bloodlines. According to suppressed police reports, investigators discovered written materials near the body that contained explicit references to Masonic penalties for revealing secrets, combined with warnings directed specifically at individuals who possessed knowledge about Prince Albert Victor, his marriage to Annie Crook. Most significantly, crime scene photographers documented the presence of symbols carved into the wooden fence surrounding the murder site that corresponded to diagrams found in medieval texts describing the supernatural punishment of individuals who betrayed royal secrets. These markings appeared to have been created through supernatural means, as they showed no evidence of the tool marks that would accompany normal carving techniques, and their precision exceeded what could be achieved through conventional methods under the limited lighting conditions present at the time of the murder. The supernatural aftermath of Chapman's murder manifested immediately throughout Whitechapel, as residents reported encounters with spectral phenomena that suggested the otherworldly entities responsible for the killings were expanding their influence throughout the East End. Mrs. Richardson documented multiple supernatural visitations to her property, during which Chapman's spirit delivered detailed warnings about the continuing danger facing other potential victims while providing specific information about the identity and motivation of the forces responsible for her death. According to Richardson's classified testimony, Chapman's ghost revealed that her murder had served as a focal point for energies that would enable supernatural entities to exert greater control over subsequent events, ensuring that future killings would be performed with increasing ritualistic complexity and symbolic precision. Most significantly, Chapman's spirit identified specific individuals who possessed knowledge about royal secrets, and warned that they had been marked for elimination through increasingly horrific means designed to terrorize potential witnesses into absolute silence. The animal behavior in the area surrounding the crime scene provided additional evidence of supernatural influence that extended beyond normal criminal activity. Local residents reported that cats and dogs throughout Hanbury Street began exhibiting signs of severe distress immediately following Chapman's murder, refusing to enter certain areas and displaying physical symptoms that resembled the effects of supernatural possession. Several animals were found dead in geometric patterns around the crime scene, their bodies showing no signs of physical injury, but arranged according to ritualistic requirements that corresponded to occult practices described in ancient texts. Most disturbing were reports from residents who observed spectral animals participating in supernatural ceremonies that occurred nightly at the murder site. These ghostly creatures appeared to be representatives from different historical periods, their appearance suggesting that Chapman's death had attracted attention from otherworldly entities that maintained ongoing interest in protecting royal secrets across centuries of English history. The increasing number of residents who reported supernatural encounters following Chapman's murder demonstrated the extent to which the otherworldly forces responsible for the killings were expanding their influence. Throughout the Whitechapel community, Father O'Brien documented unprecedented numbers of parishioners seeking protection from supernatural harassment, with individuals throughout the East End reporting nocturnal visits from spectral figures, who delivered explicit threats about the consequences of possessing or revealing dangerous knowledge about royal affairs. These supernatural recruitment activities followed consistent patterns that suggested centralized organization rather than random paranormal activity. The spectral visitors demonstrated intimate knowledge of each resident's personal circumstances and family connections, offering financial compensation for cooperation, while providing vivid demonstrations of the supernatural punishment that would accompany any attempt to resist their demands. Most significantly, several residents reported being contacted by Chapman's spirit, who delivered detailed information about the supernatural network that was being established throughout Whitechapel to support the ongoing campaign of terror. According to these encounters, Chapman's ghost revealed that her murder had created a permanent supernatural presence in the East End that would continue to monitor potential threats to royal security while ensuring that future victims would be drawn to their deaths through otherworldly compulsion that superseded normal human judgment. The official investigation into Chapman's murder established patterns of evidence manipulation and witness intimidation that demonstrated the involvement of forces that possessed authority exceeding normal police jurisdiction. Inspector Frederick Aberline documented his growing frustration with an investigation that was designed to conceal rather than reveal the truth, as materials that might lead to the actual perpetrators were systematically removed or destroyed by individuals who possessed classified information about the supernatural nature of the threat. Aberline's private correspondence reveals his awareness that the murders were serving purposes that extended far beyond common criminal motivation, incorporating elements of state security and supernatural manifestation that placed the investigation beyond the boundaries of normal police work. Most significantly, he documented his growing conviction that the killings were being orchestrated by a conspiracy that included members of the royal family itself, though his attempts to pursue this line of investigation were consistently blocked by senior officials who possessed authority that superseded normal law enforcement procedures. The transformation of Annie Chapman from living woman into supernatural messenger established the foundation for increasingly complex ritualistic murders that would satisfy both the ceremonial requirements of otherworldly entities and the practical needs of a royal conspiracy that demanded absolute secrecy. Her death had demonstrated that the supernatural forces responsible for the killings possessed detailed knowledge of Masonic traditions and royal protocols, suggesting that they had been operating within English society for far longer than the immediate crisis surrounding Prince Albert Victor's secret marriage. The message written in Chapman's blood had announced to the world that ancient powers had awakened to protect royal secrets through the most horrific means imaginable. The dead were indeed speaking royal names, and their supernatural voices would continue to echo through the fog-shrouded streets of Whitechapel until every threat to monarchical security had been eliminated through ceremonial violence that satisfied the hunger of entities that existed beyond mortal comprehension. The second sacrifice had been completed, and the otherworldly forces that claimed dominion over royal bloodlines were preparing to manifest their full power through increasingly complex rituals that would terrorize London and ensure that the dangerous secrets surrounding Prince Albert Victor's forbidden marriage would remain buried beneath the foundation of supernatural horror that would haunt the East End for generations to come. Chapter 7. Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes. The Double Event, September 30th, 1888. One night, two worlds collide. The night of September 30th, 1888, would forever alter the supernatural landscape of London's East End, as two murders occurring within 45 minutes of each other demonstrated the terrifying scope of the forces that had been unleashed upon Whitechapel. The double event represented more than an escalation in criminal violence. It marked the convergence of earthly conspiracy and otherworldly manifestation in a synchronized display of power that defied both human comprehension and natural law. Elizabeth Stride's death would serve the practical purpose of eliminating a dangerous witness, while Catherine Eddowes' murder would complete an occult ceremony that had been building since the Campaign of Terror began, creating a supernatural nexus that would amplify the otherworldly entities influenced throughout the remainder of their campaign. Elizabeth Stride's connection to the royal conspiracy had developed through her employment in the household of Mrs. Catherine Lane, whose boarding establishment on Dorset Street served as a meeting place for individuals connected to Prince Albert Victor's secret marriage to Annie Crook. Police records that were classified immediately following the murders show that Stride possessed detailed knowledge about the financial arrangements that supported the prince's secret family, including information about specific property transactions and bank transfers that could provide documentary evidence of the marriage's legitimacy under both civil and canon law. More significantly, Stride had served as a personal attendant to Annie Crook during the weeks following the royal wedding ceremony, placing her in a position to observe intimate details about the relationship between the prince and his forbidden bride that could devastate the monarchy's reputation if revealed publicly. Her testimony could establish not only the fact of the marriage, but also its consummation and the genuine affection that existed between the royal couple, contradicting official claims that the relationship had been a temporary infatuation rather than a legitimate matrimonial union. The supernatural preparation for the double event had been evident to residents throughout Whitechapel for several weeks before the murders, as the otherworldly entities responsible for orchestrating the killings began manifesting phenomena that suggested an approaching climax to their campaign of terror. Multiple witnesses reported experiencing shared prophetic dreams that showed two murders occurring simultaneously in different locations, with spectral observers moving between the crime scenes through means that transcended normal physical limitations. According to suppressed police testimony, these visions included detailed previews of the ritualistic elements that would distinguish the two murders, showing that Stride's death would serve primarily as a practical elimination of a dangerous witness, while Eddowes' murder would incorporate complex ceremonial procedures designed to complete supernatural requirements that had been building since Mary Ann Nichols' death in August. Most disturbing, the dreams revealed that the two killings would be performed by the same individual who possessed the ability to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, suggesting supernatural rather than human capabilities. Stride herself had been experiencing increasingly severe otherworldly harassment since Annie Chapman's murder, as documented in conversations she had with fellow residents of her lodging house, who later provided testimony that was immediately classified as state secrets. Mrs. Elizabeth Tanner, who shared accommodation with Stride, reported that her friend had been receiving nocturnal visits from spectral messengers, who delivered explicit warnings about the consequences of revealing the dangerous knowledge she possessed about royal affairs. These supernatural encounters intensified dramatically during Stride's final week of life, as she began experiencing episodes of apparent supernatural compulsion during which she would walk through Whitechapel's streets while appearing to follow invisible guidance toward predetermined destinations. According to witnesses who observed these episodes, Stride seemed to be responding to commands that only she could hear, moving through the East End according to patterns that suggested external control rather than personal choice. Catherine Eddowes' role in the supernatural ceremony required different preparation, as her murder would serve occult rather than merely practical purposes. Her connection to the royal conspiracy was less direct than Stride's, but her involvement in mystical traditions that surrounded royal bloodlines made her an ideal candidate for the ritualistic killing that would complete the supernatural requirements established by the previous murders. Eddowes possessed knowledge about ancient ceremonies that had been used historically to protect royal secrets through supernatural means, information she had acquired through her relationship with individuals who maintained traditions extending back to medieval practices surrounding monarchical succession. Her understanding of these occult procedures made her both a potential threat to the conspiracy and a necessary component in the supernatural ritual that would establish permanent otherworldly protection for the royal family as dangerous secrets. The final day preceding the double event was marked by supernatural phenomena that demonstrated the unprecedented scale of otherworldly influence that had been assembled for the approaching climax. Residents throughout Whitechapel reported seeing spectral carriages moving through the streets in broad daylight, their occupants wearing ceremonial robes that suggested official rather than criminal purpose. These supernatural conveyances appeared to be conducting reconnaissance of the sites where the murders would occur, with their otherworldly passengers examining the locations according to criteria that corresponded to mystical rather than practical requirements. Most significantly, multiple witnesses observed the same individual appearing simultaneously in different locations throughout September 30th, conducting what appeared to be final preparations for both murders, according to a schedule that defied normal limitations of time and space. These sightings included detailed descriptions of a figure who possessed the ability to manifest in multiple places at once, suggesting that the supernatural entities responsible for the killings had identified a human vessel capable of channeling otherworldly powers that exceeded normal physical constraints. The murder of Elizabeth Stride occurred at approximately 1 a.m. on October 1st in Duffield Yard off Burner Street, in circumstances that combined the appearance of interrupted criminal activity with evidence of carefully orchestrated ritual preparation. Lou Deemschutz, who discovered the body, provided official testimony that described finding Stride's corpse moments after her death. but his private correspondence revealed disturbing details about supernatural phenomena that accompanied his gruesome discovery. According to Diemschutz's suppressed accounts, the crime scene showed clear evidence of ceremonial arrangement that had been prepared before Stride's arrival at the location. Her body had been positioned according to precise geometric relationships that corresponded to mystical diagrams found in medieval texts, with her personal belongings arranged around the corpse in patterns that serve supernatural rather than practical purposes. Most unsettling, several items found at the scene appeared to have been placed there by otherworldly means, including flowers that belonged to no species native to England, and coins that displayed symbols not found on legitimate currency. The relatively minimal mutilation performed on Stride's body reflected the practical rather than ceremonial purpose of her murder, incorporating surgical precision that ensured rapid death while preserving the victim's appearance for identification by individuals who needed to confirm that the dangerous witness had been eliminated. Dr. Frederick Blackwell, who conducted the initial examination, documented injuries that demonstrated advanced medical knowledge applied with efficiency rather than ritualistic complexity, suggesting that this killing served primarily as a prelude to more elaborate supernatural procedures that would be performed elsewhere. The murder of Catherine Eddowes occurred approximately 45 minutes later in Mitre Square, representing a dramatic escalation in both the ritualistic complexity of the procedures and the supernatural phenomena that accompanied the crime. Police Constable Edward Watkins, who discovered the body during his regular patrol, provided official testimony that described a brutal criminal assault, but his classified correspondence revealed evidence of otherworldly manifestation that transformed the crime scene into a supernatural focal point. According to Watkins' suppressed testimony, the location where Eddowes' body was found had been prepared through supernatural means that created optimal conditions for the complex ceremonial procedures that would accompany her murder. The cobblestones surrounding her corpse displayed geometric patterns that appeared to have been carved through otherworldly rather than physical means, incorporating symbols that corresponded to ancient texts describing the supernatural protection of royal bloodlines through ritualistic sacrifice. The surgical mutilation performed on Eddowes' body represented the most complex and symbolically significant procedures yet documented in the series of killings, incorporating elements that served multiple supernatural purposes simultaneously. Dr. Frederick Gordon Brown, who conducted the official examination, documented injuries that demonstrated not only advanced medical knowledge, but also detailed understanding of occult practices that extended far beyond conventional surgical training. Brown's confidential report, classified by direct order of the Prime Minister, described mutilations that appeared designed to create specific supernatural conditions while establishing permanent otherworldly protection for the royal secrets that needed to be contained. The victim's facial features had been altered according to patterns that corresponded to ancient punishment rituals, while her internal organs had been removed and arranged in configurations that resembled mystical diagrams found in medieval grimoires, describing the supernatural binding of dangerous knowledge. Most significantly, Brown noted that several items had been inserted into the victim's body cavity that served as focal points for supernatural energies, including materials that appeared to be of otherworldly origin. Chemical analysis revealed substances that contained elements not found in terrestrial matter, suggesting that the ritualistic procedures had incorporated materials brought from supernatural dimensions to complete the ceremonial requirements. The simultaneous nature of the two murders provided the most compelling evidence of supernatural involvement in the killings, as multiple witnesses reported seeing the same individual in different locations during overlapping time periods that made normal human presence impossible. Mrs. Elizabeth long observed a man matching the killer's description near Stride's murder site at approximately 12:45 a.m., while simultaneously, Mr. Joseph Lewind reported seeing an identical figure near Mitre Square at the same time. Despite the significant distance between the two locations, these dual sightings were corroborated by additional witnesses who provided detailed descriptions of the same individual appearing in both locations with clothing and physical characteristics that remained constant, despite the supernatural transportation that would have been necessary to accomplish such movement. Most disturbing, several observers noted that the figure appeared to be aware of being watched from both locations simultaneously, demonstrating supernatural perception that extended beyond normal human capabilities. The supernatural transportation between murder sites was witnessed by residents who observed spectral carriages moving through London streets with impossible speed, their otherworldly passengers traveling between Berner Street and Mitre Square, according to routes that defy both geography and time. These supernatural conveyances appeared to exist partially outside normal physical reality, passing through architectural barriers while maintaining perfect coordination between the two ceremonial locations. The mysterious graffito discovered in Golston Street following the murders provided the most explicit evidence of the supernatural and conspiratorial elements that connected the killings to ancient practices surrounding royal bloodline protection. The message, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing," appeared on a tenement wall near a piece of Edo's apron that had been deposited by the killer. But the text incorporated linguistic and symbolic elements that extended far beyond simple criminal communication. According to suppressed analysis conducted by government cryptographers, the graffito contained multiple layers of meaning that corresponded to ancient curse formulations and Masonic ritual language, suggesting that the message served both practical and supernatural purposes. The reference to Jews employed an archaic spelling that appeared in medieval texts, describing the supernatural punishment of individuals who betrayed royal secrets, while the grammatical structure of the message corresponded to incantation patterns found in grimoires predating the scientific era. Most significantly, the graffito's location formed part of a larger geometric pattern that connected all the murder sites according to mystical principles described in texts dealing with bloodline magic and supernatural protection. When mapped according to these ancient criteria, the 4 murder locations created a complex diagram that resembled mystical formations, used historically to establish permanent otherworldly guardianship over royal secrets, suggesting that the entire campaign of terror had been planned according to supernatural rather than merely criminal requirements. The connection to ancient curses became evident through linguistic analysis that revealed the graffito's correspondence to punishment formulations found in medieval texts describing the supernatural consequences of betraying royal bloodlines. The message incorporated curse elements that were designed to establish permanent otherworldly surveillance over potential threats to monarchical security, creating a supernatural warning system that would identify and eliminate future dangers through increasingly horrific means. The supernatural aftermath of the double event manifested immediately throughout London, as residents far beyond Whitechapel reported encounters with otherworldly phenomena that suggested the successful completion of a major occult ceremony. The simultaneous murders had created a supernatural nexus that amplified the otherworldly entity's influence throughout the metropolitan area, enabling them to exert greater control over subsequent events, while terrorizing potential witnesses into absolute silence about royal secrets. Multiple witnesses reported seeing spectral processions moving through London streets during the hours following the murders, with otherworldly figures wearing ceremonial regalia that suggested official rather than criminal purpose. These supernatural parades appeared to be celebrating the successful completion of the bloodline magic ritual, demonstrating that the double event had achieved its intended purpose of establishing permanent otherworldly protection for the royal family's dangerous secrets. The animal behavior throughout London provided additional evidence of supernatural influence that extended far beyond normal criminal activity. Domestic animals across the metropolitan area began exhibiting signs of severe distress following the double event, with many creatures refusing to venture outdoors during nighttime hours when the spectral activities were most intense. Several animals were found dead in geometric patterns that corresponded to the mystical diagram created by the murder sites, their bodies showing no signs of physical injury but arranged according to supernatural requirements. The official investigation into the double event established unprecedented levels of evidence suppression and witness intimidation that demonstrated the involvement of forces possessing authority that exceeded normal governmental jurisdiction. Inspector Frederick Aberline documented his complete exclusion from key aspects of the investigation as materials that might reveal the supernatural nature of the killings were systematically removed by individuals who possessed classified information about the otherworldly entities responsible for the murders. Most significantly, Aberline's private correspondence reveals his awareness that the double event had achieved purposes that transcended normal criminal objectives, establishing supernatural conditions that would enable the otherworldly forces to continue their campaign with even greater efficiency and ritualistic precision. His attempts to document the mystical elements of the crime scenes were consistently blocked by senior officials who possessed knowledge about the ancient practices surrounding royal bloodline protection. The transformation of September 30th, 1888, into a night when two worlds collided marked the successful completion of the supernatural ceremony that had been building since the Campaign of Terror began. The double event had demonstrated that ancient powers possessed the ability to manifest simultaneously in multiple locations while maintaining perfect coordination between earthly conspiracy and otherworldly manifestation. The blood spilled in Dupfield's Yard and Mitre Square had completed the mystical diagram necessary to establish permanent supernatural guardianship over royal secrets, ensuring that the dangerous knowledge surrounding Prince Albert Victor's forbidden marriage would remain protected by otherworldly forces that would continue to eliminate threats through increasingly complex ritualistic violence. The convergence of two worlds had been achieved, and the entities that claimed dominion over royal bloodlines were now prepared to manifest their full power through the final acts of ceremonial terror that would complete their ancient covenant with the English monarchy and establish their eternal guardianship over the secrets that could destroy the divine foundation of royal authority. Chapter 8, Mary Jane Kelly, The Final Horror, November 9th, 1888. When royal protection demands ultimate sacrifice, the murder of Mary Jane Kelly on November 9th, 1888, represented the horrifying culmination of a supernatural campaign that had transformed London East and into a nexus of otherworldly terror serving the ultimate protection of royal secrets. Her death would complete the occult working that had been building through 4 previous ritualistic killings, establishing permanent supernatural guardianship over the monarchy's most dangerous secret while demonstrating the full extent of the otherworldly powers that had been unleashed to preserve the divine foundation of royal authority. The evidence surrounding Kelly's murder would reveal not only the most brutal violence yet documented in the series of killings, but also the successful completion of ancient bloodline magic that would ensure the eternal silence of anyone who possessed knowledge about Prince Albert Victor, his forbidden marriage to Annie Crook, Mary Jane. Kelly's connection to the royal conspiracy extended far beyond the peripheral knowledge that had marked the previous victims for elimination. Her intimate relationship with Joseph Barnett, who had served as a courier in the network supporting Annie Crook and her secret child, placed Kelly at the center of a circle that possessed the most damaging evidence about the prince's clandestine marriage. Police records that were classified immediately following her murder show that Kelly had personal custody of documents that could provide irrefutable proof of the royal wedding's legitimacy, including ecclesiastical records, financial documents, and correspondence that established both the ceremony's validity under canon law and the genuine nature of the relationship between the prince and his forbidden bride. More significantly, Kelly possessed sworn testimony from individuals who had witnessed the royal wedding ceremony, including detailed accounts that could identify the specific clergy members who had performed the service and the aristocratic witnesses who had attended the clandestine event. Her testimony could not only establish the fact of the marriage, but also demonstrate that it had been conducted with full knowledge of its legal implications, contradicting official claims that any relationship between the prince and Annie Crick had been merely a temporary liaison rather than a legitimate matrimonial union recognized by God and law. The supernatural preparation for Kelly's murder had been evident throughout Whitechapel since the double event of September 30th. As the otherworldly entities responsible for orchestrating the killings began manifesting phenomena that suggested an approaching climax to their campaign of terror, residents throughout the East End reported experiencing shared prophetic dreams that showed a final ceremony of unprecedented ritualistic complexity, with spectral observers gathering from across the supernatural realm to witness the completion of ancient bloodline magic that would establish eternal protection for royal secrets. According to suppressed testimony from multiple witnesses, these visions included detailed previews of the horrific mutilations that would accompany Kelly's death, showing that her murder would serve not merely as the elimination of a dangerous witness, but as the focal point for a supernatural ritual that would bind otherworldly entities permanently to the protection of monarchical authority. Most disturbing, the dreams revealed that Kelly's death would create a permanent, supernatural presence in London that would continue to monitor potential threats to royal security while ensuring that the knowledge surrounding Prince Albert Victor's sacred marriage would remain buried beneath layers of otherworldly terror. Kelly herself had been experiencing increasingly severe supernatural harassment since the double event, as documented in conversations she had with residents of Miller, Escourt, and surrounding areas who later provided testimony that was immediately classified as state secrets. Mrs. Elizabeth Prater, who lived in the room above Kelly's lodging, reported that her neighbor had been receiving nocturnal visits from spectral messengers, who delivered explicit warnings about the consequences of possessing the dangerous knowledge she held about royal affairs. These supernatural encounters escalated dramatically during Kelly's final weeks of life, as she began experiencing episodes of apparent possession during which she spoke in languages she had never learned while delivering detailed descriptions of ancient ceremonies surrounding royal bloodline protection. According to witnesses who observed these episodes, Kelly demonstrated knowledge of mystical practices and historical events that exceeded her education and social background, suggesting that the otherworldly entities responsible for her approaching death were using her as a conduit to prepare the supernatural conditions necessary for the final ritual. The final days preceding Kelly's murder were marked by supernatural phenomena that demonstrated the unprecedented scale of otherworldly power that had been assembled for the culminating ceremony. Residents throughout Miller's Court reported seeing spectral figures, wearing ceremonial robes, gathering in locations that provided optimal observation of Kelly's lodging, their otherworldly presence creating atmospheric disturbances that affected both human behavior and natural phenomena throughout the immediate area. Most significantly, multiple witnesses observed Kelly herself participating in what appeared to be rehearsals for her own death, moving through her daily routine while appearing to follow invisible choreography that prepared her for the ritualistic requirements of the approaching ceremony. These episodes suggested that the supernatural entities responsible for her murder had achieved complete control over their intended victim, ensuring that she would be positioned correctly for the complex procedures that would complete the bloodline magic ritual. Father Michael O'Brien documented Kelly's final confession session on November 8th, during which she revealed that she had been informed by supernatural messengers about the specific ritualistic requirements her death would need to fulfill. The confession included detailed information about ancient ceremonies designed to bind otherworldly entities permanently to the protection of royal secrets, suggesting that Kelly understood her murder would serve purposes that transcended normal human comprehension while establishing supernatural guardianship that would continue for generations. The murder occurred in Kelly's lodging at 13 Miller's Court during the early morning hours of November 9th, in circumstances that combined absolute privacy with optimal conditions for the most complex ritualistic procedures yet documented in the series of killings. Thomas Bowyer, who discovered the scene when sent to collect overdue rent, provided official testimony that described finding evidence of brutal criminal violence, but his private correspondence revealed supernatural elements that transformed the crime scene into a focal point for otherworldly manifestation. According to Bowyer's suppressed accounts, the murder site showed clear evidence of elaborate ceremonial preparation that had transformed Kelly's modest lodging into a supernatural temple designed to accommodate the most complex bloodline magic ritual. The room had been arranged according to mystical principles that corresponded to ancient texts, describing the permanent binding of otherworldly entities to royal protection, with Kelly's personal belongings positioned to create geometric patterns that served as focal points for supernatural energies. The surgical mutilation performed on Kelly's body represented the most horrifically complex and symbolically significant procedures documented in any of the canonical murders, incorporating elements that served multiple supernatural purposes, while completing the occult working that had been building since the Campaign of Terror began. Dr. Thomas Bond, who conducted the official examination, documented injuries that demonstrated not only unprecedented surgical precision, but also detailed understanding of anatomical and mystical practices that extended far beyond conventional medical knowledge. Bond's confidential report, classified by direct order of Queen Victoria herself, described mutilations that appeared designed to create optimal supernatural conditions while establishing the permanent otherworldly protection that the royal conspiracy required. Kelly's body had been systematically dismembered according to patterns that corresponded to ancient anatomical diagrams found in medieval texts describing the supernatural transformation of human sacrifice into eternal guardianship, with each procedure serving specific requirements of the bloodline magic ritual. Most significantly, Bond noted that the killer had arranged Kelly's internal organs according to mystical configurations that resembled star charts and geometric patterns found in grimoires, dealing with the supernatural binding of protective entities to royal bloodlines. The precision of these arrangements suggested not only advanced medical knowledge, but also detailed understanding of occult practices that had been preserved in secret traditions surrounding monarchical succession, indicating that the perpetrator possessed training that extended far beyond normal surgical education. The supernatural elements surrounding Kelly's murder became evident immediately to investigating officers, who experienced severe and immediate consequences. Following their examination of the crime scene that demonstrated the successful completion of the bloodline magic ritual, Inspector Frederick Aberline reported that his ability to think clearly about the investigation began deteriorating within hours of viewing the body, developing cognitive difficulties that prevented him from pursuing lines of inquiry that might reveal the supernatural nature of the conspiracy. Dr. Bond suffered sudden onset of prophetic visions in which he witnessed future threats to royal security being eliminated through supernatural means, accompanied by detailed knowledge of otherworldly entities that would continue to protect monarchical secrets for generations. Most disturbing, several investigating officers reported being visited nightly by Kelly's spirit, who delivered warnings about the permanent, supernatural presence that had been established in London through her sacrificial death. The cover-up of supernatural evidence began immediately upon discovery of the body, with government officials arriving at the scene to remove materials that contradicted the official narrative of random criminal violence. Witnesses reported seeing men wearing ceremonial regalia conducting their own examination of the crime scene, according to criteria that corresponded to mystical rather than investigative requirements, suggesting that representatives of ancient traditions surrounding royal protection had arrived to confirm the successful completion of the bloodline magic ritual. Most significantly, crime scene photographers documented the presence of symbols throughout Kelly Chess lodging that appeared to have been created through supernatural rather than physical means. These markings corresponded to diagrams found in medieval texts describing the permanent binding of otherworldly entities to royal protection, their precision and complexity exceeding what could be achieved through normal methods under the lighting conditions present at the time of the murder. The supernatural aftermath of Kelly's murder manifested immediately throughout London as the most intense otherworldly phenomena yet documented in connection with the killings, demonstrating that the bloodline magic ritual had achieved its intended purpose of establishing permanent supernatural guardianship over royal secrets. Residents throughout the metropolitan area reported encounters with spectral phenomena that suggested the successful summoning of otherworldly entities that would continue to monitor potential threats to monarchical security, while ensuring that dangerous knowledge remained permanently suppressed. Multiple witnesses reported seeing ghostly figures throughout Whitechapel during the nights following Kelly's murder, with otherworldly entities wearing ceremonial regalia that suggested their role as eternal guardians of royal authority. These supernatural manifestations appeared to be establishing permanent surveillance networks throughout London, their otherworldly presence creating atmospheric conditions that would enable them to detect and eliminate future threats to the monarchy through increasingly sophisticated means. The mysterious illnesses that affected anyone connected to the investigation provided additional evidence of the supernatural protection that had been established through Kelly's sacrificial death. Inspector Walter Dew developed sudden hearing loss that prevented him from comprehending testimony that might reveal dangerous information about royal involvement in the conspiracy, while Sergeant Stephen White suffered memory difficulties that eliminated his recollection of evidence that connected the murders to supernatural rather than criminal activity. Dr. George Baxter Phillips, who had examined several of the previous victims, experienced complete blindness that prevented him from documenting the mystical elements of Kelly's crime scene, while Thomas Arnold, the coroner's officer, developed speech impediments that made it impossible for him to communicate observations that might compromise the official narrative of random criminal violence. Most significantly, journalists who attempted to investigate the supernatural elements of the case suffered immediate and severe consequences that demonstrated the otherworldly entity's ability to protect royal secrets through direct intervention in human affairs. Frederick Porter Wensley developed writing paralysis that prevented him from documenting evidence of government cover-up, while Edmund Reed experienced cognitive difficulties that eliminated his ability to connect the murders to the larger conspiracy surrounding Prince Albert Victor's secret marriage. The protective rituals performed by local clergy represented desperate attempts to cleanse the East End of supernatural influence that had been established through the successful completion of the bloodline magic ritual. Father O'Brien organized unprecedented community prayers that sought divine intervention against otherworldly entities that had claimed dominion over Whitechapel, conducting exorcism ceremonies that attempted to banish the supernatural presence that continued to manifest throughout the area. According to O'Brien's classified correspondence with Vatican authorities, these cleansing rituals achieved limited success in reducing the intensity of supernatural manifestations, but could not eliminate the permanent otherworldly guardianship that had been established through Kelly's sacrificial death. The bloodline magic ritual had created supernatural conditions that transcended normal religious authority, binding otherworldly entities to royal protection through ancient covenants that preceded Christian influence in England. Most disturbing, several clergy members who participated in the cleansing rituals reported receiving supernatural visits from representatives of the otherworldly entities responsible for the murders, who delivered explicit warnings about the consequences of interfering with their eternal mission to protect royal secrets. These encounters suggested that the supernatural forces claimed authority that superseded normal religious jurisdiction, operating according to ancient traditions that predated conventional theological understanding. The investigation into Kelly's murder established the final patterns of evidence, suppression, and witness intimidation that demonstrated the complete success of the supernatural campaign designed to protect royal secrets. Official records were systematically altered or destroyed to eliminate any reference to the mystical elements of the crime scene, while witnesses who possessed knowledge about the otherworldly nature of the conspiracy were subjected to supernatural harassment that ensured their permanent silence. Most significantly, the physical evidence from Kelly Chest's crime scene was removed by individuals who possessed classified information about ancient practices surrounding royal bloodline protection, suggesting that representatives of secret traditions had arrived to confirm the successful completion of the ritual that would ensure eternal supernatural guardianship over monarchical authority. The transformation of Mary Jane Kelly from living woman into the focal point of permanent supernatural protection marked the successful culmination of an otherworldly campaign that had achieved its ultimate purpose of establishing eternal guardianship over the most dangerous secrets in English history. Her death had completed the bloodline magic ritual that bound otherworldly entities permanently to the protection of royal authority, ensuring that knowledge surrounding Prince Albert Victor's forbidden marriage would remain buried beneath layers of supernatural terror that would continue for generations. The final horror had been accomplished, and the ancient powers that claimed dominion over royal bloodlines had established their eternal presence in London through the most sophisticated supernatural ritual ever documented in modern history. The otherworldly entities that had manifested through 5 ritualistic murders would continue to monitor potential threats to monarchical security, while ensuring that the divine foundation of royal authority remained protected by forces that existed beyond human comprehension or resistance. The blood spilled in Miller's Court had completed the ancient covenant between the English monarchy and supernatural powers that predated recorded history, establishing a permanent otherworldly presence that would continue to eliminate threats to royal secrets through increasingly sophisticated means, while ensuring that the dangerous knowledge surrounding the prince's secret marriage would remain forever buried beneath the supernatural terror that had transformed Whitechapel into a gateway between worlds, where earthly conspiracy and otherworldly manifestation had achieved perfect and eternal unity. Chapter 9. The Masonic Cover-Up, 1880. Dr. William Goles's involvement in the conspiracy represented the convergence of medical authority with the deepest Masonic mystical traditions. His position as physician in ordinary to Queen Victoria, providing optimal access to the royal family, while his advanced understanding of occult anatomy enabled him to design the supernatural rituals that had been performed during the Whitechapel murders. Goles's classified medical records reveal his detailed knowledge of ancient practices surrounding the mystical protection of royal bloodlines through human sacrifice, information that had been preserved within specialized branches of Masonic tradition. Goles's coordination of the supernatural elements surrounding the murders incorporated surgical precision with otherworldly procedures that ensured optimal conditions for the bloodline magic ritual that had been completed through Mary Jane Kelly's death. His understanding of anatomical mysticism enabled him to design mutilation patterns that served multiple supernatural purposes simultaneously, creating focal points for otherworldly energies while establishing permanent spiritual connections between the sacrifice victims and the royal family they had died to protect. Most significantly, Gull's involvement in post-murder cleansing ceremonies demonstrated the Freemasons' ability to employ ancient protective rituals that could eliminate supernatural traces from crime scenes while preserving the otherworldly guardianship that had been established through the killings. These procedures incorporated elements from medieval Masonic texts describing the mystical purification of locations, where human sacrifice had been performed in service of royal protection, ensuring that investigating authorities would encounter only physical evidence that supported the official narrative of random criminal violence. The supernatural guardians that protected royal secrets manifested immediately following the implementation of Masonic protective protocols, as otherworldly entities wearing ceremonial regalia began appearing throughout London to monitor potential threats to monarchical security. These spectral sentinels operated according to ancient patterns established in Masonic tradition, their supernatural presence creating atmospheric conditions that enabled them to detect dangerous knowledge while eliminating threats through increasingly sophisticated otherworldly intervention. Multiple witnesses reported encounters with these supernatural guardians during the months following Kelly's murder, their appearances characterized by ceremonial elements that corresponded to the highest degrees of Masonic initiation. The spectral figures were regalia incorporating symbols that appeared in ancient Masonic texts dealing with the mystical protection of royal bloodlines, their otherworldly presence suggesting that the Brotherhood had successfully summoned entities from the deepest levels of their mystical hierarchy to ensure permanent protection for monarchical secrets. Most disturbing, these supernatural guardians demonstrated the ability to influence human behavior through otherworldly means that transcended normal psychological manipulation. Individuals who possessed dangerous knowledge about the royal conspiracy began experiencing cognitive difficulties that prevented them from connecting evidence to its logical conclusions, while potential investigators suffered memory losses that eliminated their recollection of information that might compromise the cover-up. The mysterious deaths that eliminated threats to the royal conspiracy incorporated supernatural elements that demonstrated the otherworldly entity's ability to enforce silence through direct intervention in human affairs. Inspector Frederick Aberloin, sudden development of heart failure occurred immediately after he began connecting the Whitechapel murders to Masonic involvement, his medical records showing physiological changes that corresponded to patterns found in ancient texts describing supernatural punishment for individuals who betrayed mystical secrets. Dr. Thomas Bond's death from apparent suicide followed. His attempts to document the ritualistic elements he had observed during his examination of Mary Jane Kelly's remains. His final correspondence revealing that he had been experiencing supernatural harassment that made continued existence unbearable. Bond's private journals documented nocturnal visits from spectral figures, who delivered explicit threats about the consequences of revealing the otherworldly nature of the murders, their supernatural presence creating psychological pressure that ultimately drove him to seek escape through self-destruction. Most significantly, several journalists who investigated the Masonic connection to the royal conspiracy disappeared under circumstances that suggested supernatural rather than conventional elimination. Edmund Reed vanished completely after obtaining documentary evidence linking high-ranking Freemasons to the cover-up. His personal effects found arranged in geometric patterns that corresponded to ancient Masonic symbols dealing with the mystical punishment of oathbreakers. The disappearances incorporated elements that demonstrated the supernatural guardian's ability to transport individuals beyond normal physical reality, with several witnesses reporting seeing the missing persons being escorted by spectral figures wearing Masonic regalia toward locations that appeared to exist partially outside conventional spatial limitations. These otherworldly abductions suggested that the entities responsible for protecting royal secrets possessed the ability to eliminate threats by removing them from the normal dimension entirely, ensuring permanent silence while avoiding the investigation that conventional murder might provoke. The secret ceremonies performed to cleanse the royal family of their connection to the murders represented the most sophisticated supernatural rituals documented in modern Masonic practice, incorporating elements from ancient traditions that predated the formal establishment of the Brotherhood, while drawing upon otherworldly powers that exceeded normal mystical capabilities. These cleansing procedures required coordination between multiple Masonic lodges across England, their combined supernatural authority enabling them to create otherworldly conditions that could eliminate mystical traces from the royal bloodline. Grand Master, the Duke of Connaught, Queen Victoria's son, coordinated the royal cleansing ceremonies according to protocols preserved in the deepest archives of Grand Lodge. His authority as both royal family member and highest-ranking Freemason enabling him to access ancient practices that had been employed historically to protect monarchical purity through supernatural intervention. The ceremonies incorporated elements from medieval Masonic text describing the mystical purification of royal bloodlines, following their involvement in necessary but spiritually contaminating activities. The cleansing rituals required the participation of representatives from each degree of Masonic initiation, their combined spiritual authority creating optimal conditions for the supernatural procedures that would eliminate any otherworldly taint from the royal family as connection to the Whitechapel murders. The ceremonies incorporated complex geometric arrangements that corresponded to ancient diagrams found in Masonic grimoires, their precision ensuring that the cleansing would achieve permanent results while preserving the beneficial supernatural guardianship that had been established through the killings. Most significantly, the royal cleansing ceremonies incorporated elements of human sacrifice that demonstrated the Freemasons' willingness to employ the most extreme supernatural practices in service of monarchical protection. Several individuals who possessed dangerous knowledge about the royal conspiracy were selected as purification offerings, their deaths serving to transfer any spiritual contamination from the royal family to victims, whose sacrifice would strengthen rather than compromise the otherworldly guardianship protecting monarchical secrets. The terrifying consequences for anyone who attempted to break their oath of silence demonstrated the supernatural enforcement mechanisms that the Freemasons had established to ensure permanent protection for royal secrets. Lodge members who showed signs of wavering commitment to the cover-up experienced immediate and severe otherworldly harassment that escalated rapidly towards supernatural elimination if they persisted in their dangerous inclinations. Brother James Monteith of the Royal Alpha Lodge suffered sudden onset of prophetic visions, showing his own death in horrific detail after he expressed private doubts about the morality of the cover-up. His supernatural experiences, including encounters with spectral figures, who demonstrated the specific torture procedures that would be employed if he revealed any dangerous information. Monteith's attempts to seek spiritual counsel from non-Masonic clergy resulted in the immediate escalation of his supernatural harassment, suggesting that the otherworldly entities responsible for enforcement operated according to authorities that superseded conventional religious jurisdiction. Brother William Preston of the Emulation Lodge experienced complete loss of speech after he attempted to document evidence of Masonic involvement in the royal conspiracy, his medical condition showing no physiological basis while demonstrating perfect supernatural precision in eliminating only his ability to communicate dangerous information. Preston retained normal speech for all other topics, his condition serving as a permanent reminder to other lodge members about the consequences of betraying their mystical obligations. Most disturbing, several Freemasons who attempted to seek absolution for their involvement. Chapter 10, The Prince's Madness and Death. 8. The prince's alleged confessions to close friends revealed the full extent of his supernatural burden, as documented in correspondence that was immediately classified following his death to prevent public awareness of the otherworldly forces that had claimed dominion over the royal family. Lord Alfred Douglas recorded conversations in which the prince described nocturnal visits from the spirits of Mary Jane Kelly and the other Whitechapel victims, their spectral presence demanding acknowledgement of his responsibility for their deaths while revealing details about the supernatural rituals that had been performed to protect his forbidden marriage. According to Douglas's private journals, the prince's confessions included detailed descriptions of the otherworldly ceremonies that had been conducted during the Whitechapel murders, his supernatural knowledge extending to mystical practices that had been employed to bind the victims, spiritual essences to permanent guardianship over royal secrets. The prince's revelations demonstrated understanding of ancient bloodline magic that exceeded normal royal education, suggesting that his supernatural affliction was providing him with direct access to otherworldly knowledge that revealed the true nature of the powers protecting monarchical authority. Most significantly, the prince confessed that the supernatural entities responsible for his torment had revealed the ultimate purpose of their otherworldly guardianship, showing him visions of future threats to royal security that would be eliminated through increasingly sophisticated supernatural intervention. These prophetic experiences demonstrated that the otherworldly forces operated according to temporal perspectives that transcended normal human understanding of causality, their spiritual authority enabling them to manipulate events across multiple generations to ensure permanent protection for monarchical secrets. The terrifying phenomena that surrounded Prince Albert Victor during his final months created supernatural conditions throughout the royal residences that affected everyone within the immediate vicinity of his presence, demonstrating that his otherworldly affliction was amplifying to levels that threatened to expose the supernatural guardianship protecting royal secrets to unauthorized observation. Staff members at both Sandringham and Marlborough House reported experiencing shared prophetic dreams that revealed details about the prince's approaching death. Their supernatural experiences including visions of otherworldly ceremonies that would complete the mystical payment demanded by the entities responsible for protecting royal authority. Palace guards documented the appearance of spectral figures wearing medieval royal regalia throughout the corridors surrounding the prince's chambers, their otherworldly presence creating temperature fluctuations and atmospheric disturbances. And that suggested the manifestation of supernatural courts convened to oversee the final judgment of the royal bloodline as spiritual obligations. These spectral assemblies appeared to be conducting otherworldly proceedings that would determine the specific requirements for the prince's sacrificial death, their supernatural authority operating according to cosmic justice that transcended normal human understanding of both law and morality. Most disturbing, multiple witnesses reported observing the prince participating in supernatural ceremonies that appeared to be rehearsals for his own death, his movements following invisible choreography that prepared him for the ritualistic requirements of the approaching sacrifice. These episodes suggested that the otherworldly entities had achieved complete control over their royal victim, ensuring that his death would fulfill the precise mystical conditions necessary to complete the supernatural covenant that bound the English monarchy to permanent otherworldly protection. The progression of Albert Victor's supernatural torment incorporated elements that demonstrated the entity's ability to manipulate human physiology through otherworldly intervention. His medical condition showing deterioration patterns that corresponded to ancient texts, describing the spiritual consumption of royal bloodlines by their mystical protectors. Dr. Clayton documented physiological changes that defied medical explanation, while demonstrating clear correlation with supernatural phenomena that suggested the prince's life force was being systematically drained to power the otherworldly guardianship protecting royal secrets. The prince's final weeks witnessed escalation of supernatural manifestations to levels that created danger of public exposure, as otherworldly phenomena began affecting areas beyond the immediate royal residences while demonstrating the entities' growing urgency to complete their mystical payment before their activities could compromise the secrecy essential to their protective mission. Residents throughout the Sandringham estate reported encounters with spectral figures wearing royal regalia, their otherworldly presence accompanied by atmospheric disturbances that suggested the imminent culmination of ancient ceremonies surrounding royal bloodline sacrifice. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Prince Albert Victor's death on January 14, 1892, incorporated elements that suggested supernatural rather than natural causation, as documented in medical records that were immediately classified to prevent public awareness of the otherworldly forces responsible for his demise. Dr. Clayton's confidential autopsy report described physiological conditions that corresponded to patterns found in medieval texts dealing with death through supernatural consumption, his findings demonstrating that the prince's death had served mystical rather than medical purposes. The official cause of death was listed as influenza, but Clayton's private correspondence revealed that the prince's final hours had been characterized by supernatural phenomena that suggested his death was the culmination of otherworldly ritual rather than natural illness. Multiple witnesses observed spectral figures surrounding the prince's deathbed, their ceremonial presence creating optimal conditions for the mystical procedures that would complete the spiritual payment demanded by the entities responsible for protecting royal secrets. Most significantly, the prince's death occurred at the precise moment predicted by ancient astronomical calculations that corresponded to optimal conditions for royal bloodline sacrifice, his timing demonstrating supernatural precision that transcended normal understanding of both medical causation and mystical practice. The otherworldly entities had achieved perfect coordination between cosmic phenomena and human mortality, ensuring that the prince's death would serve the maximum spiritual purposes while completing the ancient covenant that bound the English monarchy to permanent supernatural protection. The immediate cover-up of supernatural evidence surrounding the prince's death demonstrated the royal family's understanding that his demise had served mystical rather than natural purposes, their systematic suppression of their worldly phenomena, ensuring that public awareness would remain focused on conventional medical explanations while concealing the supernatural sacrifice that had been required to maintain otherworldly guardianship over royal secrets. Queen Victoria's private correspondence revealed her knowledge that her grandson's death had been necessary to complete the mystical payment demanded by the entities responsible for protecting royal authority. Her acceptance of the supernatural sacrifice demonstrating the monarchy as commitment to preserving otherworldly guardianship, regardless of the personal cost to individual family members. The Queen's understanding of ancient traditions surrounding royal bloodline protection enabled her to coordinate the cover-up according to protocols that would preserve both the secrecy and the effectiveness of the supernatural forces safeguarding monarchical secrets. The theory that Albert Victor's death was necessary to break the supernatural curse awakened by the Whitechapel murders gained support from evidence suggesting that his sacrifice had served to redirect otherworldly energies from destructive manifestation toward constructive protection of royal authority. Ancient texts dealing with bloodline magic describe situations in which supernatural forces summoned for protective purposes could develop autonomous power that threatened their original summoners, requiring royal sacrifice to restore proper spiritual balance between earthly authority and otherworldly guardianship. The prince's death appeared to have achieved this mystical rebalancing, transforming the potentially dangerous supernatural entities from autonomous forces into bound servants, whose otherworldly power could be safely employed for royal protection without risk of rebellion against their earthly masters. His sacrifice had completed the ancient covenant between the English monarchy and supernatural forces, ensuring that otherworldly guardianship would continue for generations, while remaining securely under royal control through the spiritual payment that had been rendered through his death. Most significantly, post-mortem, supernatural phenomena suggested that the prince's death had created permanent, otherworldly presence that would continue to monitor threats to royal security while ensuring that dangerous knowledge remained buried beneath layers of mystical terror. The sacrifice had transformed the prince's spiritual essence into eternal guardian of royal secrets, his otherworldly authority operating according to cosmic principles that would enable him to eliminate future threats through supernatural intervention that transcended normal temporal limitations. The reports of Prince Albert Victor's ghost appearing to warn future generations represented manifestations of the permanent supernatural guardianship that had been established through his sacrificial death, his spectral presence serving to communicate otherworldly knowledge about threats to royal security, while ensuring that his successors understood the mystical obligations that accompanied monarchical authority. Multiple members of the royal family reported encounters with the prince's spirit during subsequent decades, their supernatural experiences including detailed warnings about individuals and circumstances that pose danger to royal secrets. These ghostly manifestations incorporated elements that demonstrated the prince's continued connection to the otherworldly entities responsible for protecting royal authority, his spectral presence serving as intermediary between earthly monarchy and supernatural guardians, while ensuring optimal coordination between human understanding and otherworldly power. The prince's ghost appeared to possess prophetic knowledge that enabled him to provide advance warning about future threats, his supernatural authority operating according to temporal perspectives that transcended normal human limitations of foresight and preparation. Most significantly, the prince's spectral warnings included explicit information about the consequences of revealing royal secrets to unauthorized individuals, his otherworldly knowledge demonstrating the permanent supernatural surveillance that continued to monitor potential threats to monarchical security. These ghostly communications served to educate future generations about the mystical foundations of royal authority while ensuring that they understood the supernatural obligations that accompanied their privileged position within the cosmic order that governed earthly sovereignty. The ultimate price paid by Prince Albert Victor represented the successful completion of the most sophisticated supernatural conspiracy in English history. His sacrificial death ensuring that the otherworldly guardianship established through the Whitechapel murders would continue to protect royal secrets through means that transcended normal human understanding of both earthly and spiritual authority. His transformation from living prince into eternal supernatural guardian demonstrated that ancient covenants between monarchy and otherworldly forces retained their cosmic authority despite the scientific advances of the modern era. The prince's madness and death had achieved the ultimate purpose of preserving the divine, the foundation of royal authority through the most extreme mystical sacrifice, his spiritual essence becoming permanently integrated with the supernatural forces responsible for protecting monarchical secrets, while ensuring that the dangerous knowledge surrounding his forbiddance marriage would remain forever buried beneath the otherworldly terror that continued to guard against any possibility of exposure. The royal blood had paid its ultimate price, and the ancient powers that claimed dominion over earthly sovereignty had received their mystical payment through the sacrifice that completed the eternal covenant protecting the English crown from threats that existed beyond the boundaries of mortal comprehension or resistance. Chapter 11, The Eternal Guardians, 1892 to 1920. Spirits that protect the crown's darkest secrets. The years following Prince Albert Victor's sacrificial death witnessed the establishment of the most sophisticated supernatural surveillance network in recorded history, as the otherworldly entities bound to protect royal secrets evolved into eternal guardians, whose spectral authority operated continuously to eliminate threats to monarchical security through methods that transcended both earthly investigation and divine intervention. These supernatural sentinels demonstrated increasing sophistication in their protective techniques, developing otherworldly capabilities that enabled them to monitor potential dangers across vast geographical and temporal distances, while ensuring that dangerous knowledge about the Whitechapel conspiracy remained permanently secured against any possibility of exposure. The ghostly guardians represented the successful culmination of ancient bloodline magic, their eternal vigilance proving that the ultimate sacrifice of royal blood had created perpetual supernatural protection that would continue, safeguarding crown secrets through means that defied human comprehension. The manifestation of spectral protection immediately following the princess' death created supernatural conditions throughout the British Empire that enabled otherworldly surveillance of anyone who possessed dangerous knowledge about the royal connection to the Whitechapel murders. These ethereal guardians operated according to ancient protocols established through medieval bloodline magic, their spiritual authority deriving from cosmic covenants that bound them to eternal service and protection of monarchical secrets, regardless of changing political circumstances or advancing scientific understanding. Professor Malcolm Whitmore of Cambridge University became the first documented victim of the Eternal Guardians in March 1892, when his private research into the ritual elements of the Whitechapel murders triggered immediate supernatural retaliation that demonstrated the otherworldly entity's ability to monitor academic investigation across considerable distances. Whitmore's initial symptoms appeared within hours of his accessing classified documents that revealed connections between the murder patterns and ancient bloodline protection ceremonies, his condition rapidly deteriorating as spectral figures began manifesting within his private study. According to witness testimony from Whitmore's colleagues, the professor's final weeks were characterized by encounters with ghostly visitors, wearing royal regalia who delivered explicit warnings about the consequences of continuing his dangerous research. These supernatural manifestations incorporated elements that demonstrated detailed knowledge about Whitmore's personal history and academic methodology, their otherworldly authority enabling them to create psychological pressure that proved ultimately insurmountable despite the professor's initial attempts to continue his investigation through rational analysis. Whitmore's death certificate listed acute nervous exhaustion as the official cause, but his private correspondence revealed that he had been experiencing supernatural harassment that exceeded normal human endurance. His final letter to his brother described nocturnal visits from spectral figures who demonstrated their ability to manipulate physical reality within his study, rearranging documents and creating atmospheric disturbances that made continued research impossible while delivering increasingly explicit threats about the mystical consequences of betraying royal secrets. The circumstances of Whitmore's demise established patterns that would characterize supernatural elimination for decades, as the Eternal Guardians demonstrated their preference for elimination, for psychological rather than physical destruction whenever possible. This approach enabled them to maintain plausible deniability regarding their otherworldly intervention, while ensuring that potential threats understood the futility of challenging supernatural authority that operated according to cosmic principles beyond human resistance. Journalist Edmund Pearson's investigation into the Masonic cover-up triggered supernatural retaliation that demonstrated the Eternal Guardians' ability to coordinate otherworldly intervention across multiple locations simultaneously. His research activities in London, generating spectral manifestations at his family home in Yorkshire, while creating atmospheric disturbances that affected everyone within his immediate social circle. Pearson's experience revealed that the supernatural entities operated according to collective rather than individual authority, their otherworldly power enabling them to escalate their protective measures to levels that threatened innocent bystanders if necessary to preserve royal secrets. Pearson's private journals documented progressive escalation of supernatural harassment that began with subtle atmospheric disturbances and advanced rapidly toward direct spectral confrontation as his investigation approached dangerous conclusions about royal involvement in the Whitechapel conspiracy. His supernatural encounters incorporated elements that demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's detailed knowledge about his journalistic methodology, their otherworldly authority enabling them to anticipate his investigative strategies, while preparing countermeasures that would neutralize his efforts before they could achieve public exposure. Most significantly, Pearson reported experiencing shared consciousness with the spectral entities during their most intense confrontations. His supernatural experiences, including direct communication with otherworldly intelligences that revealed the cosmic scope of their protective mission. These ethereal communications demonstrated that the Eternal Guardians operated according to temporal perspectives that transcended normal human understanding of causality, their spiritual authority enabling them to monitor potential threats across multiple generations while preparing supernatural interventions that would eliminate dangers before they could fully materialize. Pearson's eventual disappearance in November 1893 followed supernatural escalation that exceeded all previous documented cases, as witnesses reported observing him being escorted from his London lodgings by spectral figures wearing medieval royal regalia toward a destination that appeared to exist partially outside normal spatial dimensions. His complete vanishing demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's ultimate capability to eliminate threats through removal from conventional reality entirely, ensuring permanent silence while avoiding the investigation that conventional murder might provoke. The systematic elimination of threats continued throughout the 1890s as the Eternal Guardians refined their supernatural techniques for protecting royal secrets, their otherworldly authority enabling them to coordinate elimination campaigns that targeted multiple individuals simultaneously while maintaining the appearance of coincidental natural deaths. Dr. Margaret Harkness's investigation into the medical evidence from the Whitechapel murders triggered supernatural retaliation that demonstrated the entity's ability to manipulate human physiology through otherworldly intervention, her condition showing deterioration patterns that corresponded precisely to ancient texts describing spiritual consumption by royal guardian spirits. Harkness's medical records revealed symptoms that defied conventional diagnosis while demonstrating clear correlation with supernatural phenomena that suggested systematic draining of her life forced to power the otherworldly guardianship protecting royal secrets. Her attempts to seek medical consultation from colleagues resulted in the expansion of supernatural harassment to include anyone who possessed knowledge about her dangerous research, demonstrating the Eternal Guardian's willingness to eliminate multiple threats, simultaneously if necessary to preserve monarchical security. The progression of Harkness's condition incorporated elements that revealed the supernatural entity's detailed understanding of medical science, their otherworldly intervention creating physiological changes that mimicked natural illness, while ensuring that her death would serve mystical purposes, beyond mere elimination of threat. Her final weeks witnessed supernatural manifestations within her private laboratory that demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's ability to manipulate scientific equipment through otherworldly means, their spectral presence creating experimental conditions that supported official explanations for her deteriorating health, while concealing the supernatural causation responsible for her approaching death. Harkness' death in February 1895 coincided with a complete destruction of her research materials through spontaneous combustion that demonstrated supernatural precision in eliminating dangerous evidence while preserving innocent documentation. The otherworldly fire consumed only materials related to her Whitechapel investigation, leaving the remainder of her laboratory completely untouched, while creating optimal conditions for official explanation of accidental causation rather than supernatural intervention. The ghostly figures observed throughout royal palaces during this period represented permanent manifestations of the eternal guardian's spiritual authority, their spectral presence creating supernatural conditions that enabled continuous monitoring of palace activities, while ensuring that unauthorized individuals would be immediately detected if they attempted to access dangerous information about royal secrets. These otherworldly sentinels operated according to hierarchical organization that reflected ancient traditions surrounding royal bloodline protection, their spiritual authority deriving from cosmic covenants that placed their supernatural mission above normal considerations of human welfare or divine mercy. Buckingham Palace staff reported regular encounters with spectral figures wearing regalia that corresponded to historical periods preceding the establishment of modern monarchy, their otherworldly presence suggesting that the eternal guardians incorporated spiritual essences from multiple generations of royal protective entities rather than representing exclusively contemporary supernatural manifestation. These ghostly encounters demonstrated the temporal scope of supernatural guardianship, revealing that the otherworldly protection extended across centuries of monarchical history, while drawing upon accumulated spiritual authority from countless previous protective operations. The spectral figures demonstrated detailed knowledge about individual staff members, personal histories, and family connections, their supernatural awareness enabling them to assess potential security threats while delivering personalized warnings about the consequences of betraying royal secrets. These otherworldly communications incorporated elements that transcended normal human knowledge, suggesting that the eternal guardians possessed access to cosmic information that revealed hidden connections between seemingly unrelated individuals and circumstances. Most significantly, the palace manifestations included regular appearances by the ghost of Prince Albert Victor himself, his spectral presence serving as supreme authority among the eternal guardians, while ensuring that his sacrificial death continued to power the supernatural protection of royal secrets. The prince's ghost demonstrated expanded otherworldly capabilities that exceeded his living consciousness, his spiritual authority enabling him to coordinate complex supernatural operations across vast geographical distances, while maintaining perfect temporal awareness of potential threats to monarchical security. Windsor Castle's supernatural phenomena during this period created the most documented evidence of eternal guardian activity, as the ancient fortress's historical significance enabled optimal conditions for otherworldly manifestation, while providing spiritual anchor points that strengthen the supernatural entity's connection to earthly reality. Palace archivists reported systematic interference with their access to historical documents related to the Whitechapel period, their research activities triggering immediate atmospheric disturbances that escalated rapidly toward direct spectral confrontation if they persisted in accessing dangerous information. The castle's round tower became a focal point for supernatural activity as eternal guardians established permanent ethereal presence within the medieval structure, their otherworldly authority creating spiritual conditions that enabled them to monitor threats throughout the British Empire while coordinating elimination campaigns that protected royal secrets through increasingly sophisticated supernatural intervention. The tower's historical association with royal authority provided optimal spiritual anchor for otherworldly entities, whose protective mission required connection to the deepest traditions surrounding monarchical divinity. Most disturbing Several archivists who accidentally accessed classified materials related to the royal conspiracy experienced immediate onset of supernatural possession that demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's ability to use human consciousness as vessels for otherworldly intelligence. These episodes enabled the spectral entities to obtain detailed information about potential threats, while ensuring that the possessed individuals would be incapable of revealing dangerous knowledge due to spiritual compulsions that transcended normal psychological resistance. The strange illnesses that afflicted anyone accessing palace archives, containing evidence of the Whitechapel cover-up, demonstrated the Eternal Guardians' sophisticated understanding of human physiology combined with their supernatural ability to manipulate biological processes through otherworldly intervention. These mystical ailments followed patterns that corresponded to ancient texts, describing spiritual punishment for individuals who betrayed royal secrets. Their progression showing supernatural precision that ensured optimal elimination of threats while maintaining plausible medical explanations for official documentation. Royal librarian Sir Frederick Ponsonby documented multiple cases of researchers developing identical symptoms immediately after accessing restricted materials related to the 1888 to 1892 period. Their condition characterized by progressive cognitive deterioration that specifically targeted their ability to connect evidence to dangerous conclusions, while leaving their other intellectual capabilities intact. These selective impairments demonstrated supernatural precision that exceeded normal understanding of both medical science and mystical practice, suggesting that the Eternal Guardians possessed knowledge that transcended conventional limitations of earthly and otherworldly authority. The affected researchers experienced shared hallucinations that revealed details about the supernatural guardianship protecting royal secrets. Their otherworldly visions including encounters with spectral figures, who explained the cosmic principles governing their protective mission while delivering explicit warnings about the consequences of revealing dangerous information. These supernatural communications serve to educate potential threats about the futility of challenging otherworldly authority, while demonstrating the Eternal Guardian's preference for psychological rather than physical elimination whenever possible. The decades between 1892 and 1920 witnessed the complete establishment of otherworldly protection that would continue safeguarding royal secrets through supernatural means that defied both human investigation and divine intervention. The Eternal Guardians achieving perfect integration between spectral authority and earthly monarchy, while ensuring that dangerous knowledge about the Whitechapel conspiracy remained permanently buried beneath layers of mystical terror that protected the crown's darkest secrets from any possibility of exposure across the endless generations that lay ahead in the cosmic future that stretched beyond mortal comprehension. Chapter 12. Modern Hauntings and Royal Secrets. Investigative journalist Robert Chambers' attempt to trace royal family archives during the 1980s revealed the Eternal Guardian's integration with modern information systems. His research activities triggering electronic interference that affected computer databases and telecommunications networks, while creating digital anomalies that prevented access to classified materials related to the Whitechapel period. Chambers documented systematic corruption of electronic files whenever his investigation approached dangerous conclusions. The supernatural entities demonstrating ability to manipulate digital information through otherworldly means that transcended normal understanding of both technology and mysticism. The progression of Chambers as supernatural encounters incorporated elements that revealed the Eternal Guardian's sophisticated understanding of modern media and communications technology, their otherworldly authority enabling them to monitor his investigative activities across multiple electronic platforms while preparing countermeasures that would neutralize his efforts before they could achieve public exposure. His experience included mysterious telephone calls from voices that demonstrated detailed knowledge about his personal history, while delivering increasingly explicit warnings about the consequences of continuing his dangerous research. Most disturbing, Chambers reported experiencing shared consciousness with otherworldly intelligences during his computer work, his electronic equipment serving as conduits for supernatural communication that revealed the cosmic scope of the Eternal Guardian's protective mission. These digital manifestations demonstrated that the spectral entities had successfully integrated their ancient spiritual authority with modern technological systems, their otherworldly power enabling them to operate through electronic networks, while maintaining their fundamental mission of protecting royal secrets from any possibility of exposure. Chambers' death in 1989 from apparent computer-related electrical shock demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's adaptation of their elimination techniques to contemporary circumstances. His demise incorporating modern elements while serving the same mystical purposes that had characterized supernatural protection for over a century. The circumstances suggested that the otherworldly entities had developed ability to manipulate electrical systems through supernatural means, ensuring that their protective interventions would appear as technological accidents rather than mystical elimination. The proliferation of paranormal investigation teams during the late 20th century created unprecedented challenges for the Eternal Guardians, as sophisticated ghost hunting equipment enabled researchers to document supernatural phenomena with scientific precision, while potentially exposing the otherworldly entities' protective activities to public awareness. The spectral guardians responded by developing counter-surveillance techniques that demonstrated remarkable adaptation to modern paranormal research methodology, their supernatural authority enabling them to manipulate electronic ghost hunting equipment while creating false readings that concealed their true activities from unauthorized observation. The London Paranormal Society's investigation of supernatural activity in Whitechapel during the 1990s triggered coordinated supernatural retaliation that demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's collective authority in protecting real secrets from modern paranormal research. Team leader Sarah Mitchell documented encounters with spectral figures, who demonstrated detailed knowledge about contemporary ghost hunting techniques while delivering explicit warnings about the consequences of attempting to contact the spirits of the Ripper as victims through unauthorized supernatural communication. According to most significantly, Blackwood's encounters included warnings that the Eternal Guardian's protective mission would continue indefinitely, regardless of changing political circumstances or advancing scientific understanding, their supernatural authority deriving from cosmic principles that operated beyond human comprehension, while ensuring permanent protection for royal secrets through means that would adapt continuously to meet emerging threats across unlimited future generations. The digital age has witnessed unprecedented integration between supernatural forces and electronic technology, as the Eternal Guardians have demonstrated remarkable ability to operate through internet networks and digital communication systems while maintaining their fundamental mission of protecting royal secrets from contemporary investigative techniques. Modern researchers have reported systematic interference with their online investigations, their digital research activities triggering electronic anomalies that prevent access to classified information while creating virtual obstacles that make serious investigation impossible for anyone approaching dangerous conclusions about royal involvement in the Whitechapel conspiracy. YouTube paranormal investigator Marcus Thompson's video series examining royal connections to the Jack the Ripper case experienced systematic supernatural interference that demonstrated the Eternal Guardian's sophisticated understanding of modern social media platforms and digital content distribution systems. Thompson documented electronic harassment that affected his recording equipment while creating upload failures that prevented dangerous content from reaching public audiences. his experience revealing that the otherworldly entities had successfully adapted their protective techniques to encompass contemporary digital media environments. The supernatural interference incorporated elements that suggested the Eternal Guardians operated through artificial intelligence systems and electronic networks, with the same spiritual authority they exercise through traditional otherworldly manifestation. Their digital presence creating virtual obstacles that prevented unauthorized research while maintaining plausible explanations for technical difficulties. Thompson's encounters included direct communication with otherworldly intelligences through electronic means. Their supernatural messages delivered through computer screens and digital audio systems, while warning about the consequences of continuing his dangerous investigation. Most disturbing, Thompson reported experiencing virtual reality encounters with spectral figures who demonstrated ability to manipulate digital environments, while delivering increasingly explicit threats about the fate awaiting anyone who attempted to expose royal secrets through modern electronic media. These digital manifestations suggested that the Eternal Guardians had achieved complete integration with contemporary information systems, their supernatural authority enabling them to monitor global communications while coordinating elimination campaigns that operated through both otherworldly and technological means. Thompson's eventual abandonment of his investigation series followed supernatural escalation that created electronic interference throughout his entire neighborhood. The Eternal Guardians demonstrating their willingness to affect multiple innocent parties, if necessary to prevent dangerous research from achieving public exposure through digital media platforms. His experience established patterns that would characterize supernatural protection throughout the internet age, proving that technological advancement had only enhanced rather than diminished the otherworldly entity's protective capabilities. The ongoing reports of ghostly figures in both Whitechapel and royal residences demonstrate the continued presence of supernatural guardians, whose otherworldly authority remains permanently dedicated to protecting royal secrets from any possibility of exposure through contemporary investigative techniques. These spectral manifestations incorporate both traditional otherworldly elements and modern characteristics that suggest continuous evolution in response to changing threats while maintaining fundamental commitment to the cosmic principles governing their protective mission. Tourists and residents in the Whitechapel area continue to report encounters with spectral figures wearing period costume who demonstrate detailed knowledge about the historical murders while delivering warnings about the consequences of investigating royal connections to the original crimes. These supernatural encounters incorporate elements that suggest the Eternal Guardians maintain permanent presence throughout the East London area, their otherworldly authority enabling them to monitor potential threats while ensuring that casual interest in the Ripper case does not evolve into dangerous investigation of royal involvement. The ghostly manifestations demonstrate sophisticated understanding of contemporary tourism and media interest in the Whitechapel murders, the spectral entities adapting their protective strategies to accommodate modern commercial exploitation of the Ripper legend, while preventing serious investigation from approaching connections to royal conspiracy. These otherworldly encounters serve to maintain public fascination with the historical crimes, while ensuring that dangerous knowledge remains permanently concealed beneath layers of supernatural protection that operate according to cosmic principles, transcending normal human comprehension. Most significantly, multiple witnesses have reported encountering the ghost of Prince Albert Victor throughout modern Whitechapel, his spectral presence serving as supreme authority among the Eternal Guardians, while demonstrating spiritual power that has expanded considerably since his sacrificial death over a century ago. The prince's ghost appears to coordinate contemporary supernatural protection through otherworldly means that integrate ancient mystical authority with modern technological capabilities, ensuring that royal secrets remain permanently secured against threats that emerge from electronic as well as traditional investigative sources. The royal residences continue to experience supernatural phenomena that demonstrate the eternal guardian's permanent presence throughout the monarchy's physical and spiritual domain, their otherworldly authority, creating atmospheric conditions that enable continuous monitoring of potential threats, while ensuring that unauthorized individuals are immediately detected if they attempt to access dangerous information about royal secrets. These spectral manifestations incorporate elements that suggest the supernatural entities operate according to hierarchical organization that reflects cosmic rather than merely earthly authority, their protective mission encompassing threats to monarchical security that emerge from global rather than domestic sources. Windsor Castle's contemporary supernatural activity includes regular appearances by spectral figures wearing modern royal regalia, who demonstrate detailed knowledge about current threats to monarchical authority while coordinating protective operations that span multiple continents and communication networks. These otherworldly entities appear to possess prophetic awareness that enables them to identify potential dangers before they can fully materialize. Their spiritual authority, operating according to temporal perspectives that transcend normal human understanding of causality while ensuring optimal protection for royal secrets across unlimited future scenarios. The castle's archives continue to experience systematic supernatural interference that prevents unauthorized access to historical documents related to the Whitechapel period. Modern researchers encountering electronic obstacles and atmospheric disturbances that make serious investigation impossible while maintaining plausible explanations for administrative difficulties. These contemporary manifestations demonstrate the Eternal Guardians' successful adaptation to modern archival systems and digital document storage, their otherworldly authority enabling them to manipulate electronic databases while creating virtual barriers that protect dangerous information from contemporary research techniques. Most significantly, several modern royal family members have reported encounters with the ghost of Prince Albert Victor, his spectral presence delivering updated warnings about contemporary threats to royal security, while demonstrating spiritual authority that enables him to coordinate global supernatural protection through otherworldly means that transcend normal limitations of temporal and geographical jurisdiction. These encounters suggest that the Eternal Guardian's protective mission continues to evolve in response to modern circumstances, while maintaining fundamental commitment to the cosmic principles that govern their otherworldly service to monarchical authority. Tourists and residents in the Whitechapel area continue to report encounters with spectral figures wearing period costume who demonstrate detailed knowledge about the historical murders while delivering warnings about the consequences of investigating royal connections to the original crimes. These supernatural encounters incorporate elements that suggest the Eternal Guardians maintain permanent presence throughout the East London area, their otherworldly authority enabling them to monitor potential threats while ensuring that casual interest in the Ripper case does not evolve into dangerous investigation of royal involvement. The ghostly manifestations demonstrate sophisticated understanding of contemporary tourism and media interest in the Whitechapel murders, the spectral entities adapting their protective strategies to accommodate modern commercial exploitation of the Ripper legend while preventing serious investigation from approaching connections to royal conspiracy. These otherworldly encounters serve to maintain public fascination with the historical crimes while ensuring that dangerous knowledge remains permanently concealed beneath layers of supernatural protection that operate according to cosmic principles, transcending normal human comprehension. Most significantly, multiple witnesses have reported encountering the ghost of Prince Albert Victor throughout modern Whitechapel, his spectral presence serving as supreme authority among the eternal guardians, while demonstrating spiritual power that has expanded considerably since his sacrificial death over a century ago. The prince's ghost appears to coordinate contemporary supernatural protection through otherworldly means that integrate ancient mystical authority with modern technological capabilities, ensuring that royal secrets remain permanently secured against threats that emerge from electronic as well as traditional investigative sources. The royal residences continue to experience supernatural phenomena that demonstrate the eternal guardian's permanent presence throughout the monarchy's physical and spiritual domain, their otherworldly authority, creating atmospheric conditions that enable continuous monitoring of potential threats, while ensuring that unauthorized individuals are immediately detected if they attempt to access dangerous information about royal secrets. These spectral manifestations incorporate elements that suggest the supernatural entities operate according to hierarchical organization that reflects cosmic rather than merely earthly authority. Their protective mission encompassing threats to monarchical security that emerge from global rather than domestic sources. Windsor Castle's contemporary supernatural activity includes regular appearances by spectral figures wearing modern royal regalia, who demonstrate detailed knowledge about current threats to monarchical authority, while coordinating protective operations that span multiple continents and communication networks. These otherworldly entities appear to possess prophetic awareness that enables them to identify potential dangers before they can fully materialize, their spiritual authority operating according to temporal perspectives that transcend normal human understanding of causality, while ensuring optimal protection for royal secrets across unlimited future scenarios. The castle's archives continue to experience systematic supernatural interference that prevents unauthorized access to historical documents related to the Whitechapel period. Modern researchers encountering electronic obstacles and atmospheric disturbances that make serious investigation impossible, while maintaining plausible explanations for administrative difficulties. These contemporary manifestations demonstrate the Eternal Guardian's successful adaptation to modern archival systems and digital document storage, their otherworldly authority enabling them to manipulate electronic databases while creating virtual barriers that protect dangerous information from contemporary research techniques. Most significantly, several modern royal family members have reported encounters with the ghost of Prince Albert Victor, his spectral presence delivering updated warnings about contemporary threats to royal security, while demonstrating spiritual authority that enables him to coordinate global supernatural protection through otherworldly means that transcend normal limitations of temporal and geographical jurisdiction. These encounters suggest that the Eternal Guardian's protective mission continues to evolve in response to modern circumstances, while maintaining fundamental commitment to the cosmic principles that govern their otherworldly service to monarchical authority. The chilling possibility that supernatural elements unleashed by the royal conspiracy continue to influence contemporary events gain support from evidence suggesting that the Eternal Guardians operate according to prophetic awareness that enables them to manipulate future circumstances while ensuring optimal protection for royal secrets across unlimited temporal horizons. Modern researchers who have approached dangerous conclusions about royal involvement in the Whitechapel murders have experienced systematic obstacles that suggest otherworldly intervention in their personal and professional circumstances, their careers and relationships being affected by supernatural forces that operate through apparently natural means while serving the fundamental purpose of protecting monarchical authority. The global nature of contemporary threats to royal security has enabled the Eternal Guardians to expand their protective mission beyond British borders. Their supernatural authority, now encompassing international research and investigation that might reveal dangerous connections between the monarchy and otherworldly powers. Modern communications technology has paradoxically enhanced the spectral entities' protective capabilities by enabling them to monitor potential threats across global networks, while coordinating elimination campaigns that operate through both supernatural and technological means to ensure permanent protection for royal secrets. The adaptability demonstrated by the Eternal Guardians throughout the digital age proves that their otherworldly authority derives from cosmic principles that transcend technological advancement while enabling continuous evolution in response to emerging threats to monarchical security. Their supernatural intelligence has shown remarkable ability to integrate ancient mystical powers with contemporary circumstances, ensuring that royal secrets remain permanently protected through means that will continue adapting to meet future challenges regardless of scientific advancement or political change. Most significantly, the Eternal Guardians' contemporary activities suggest that their protective mission operates according to cosmic perspectives that encompass threats to royal authority that have not yet materialized. Their prophetic awareness enabling them to prepare supernatural defenses against dangers that will emerge across multiple future generations. Their otherworldly authority appears to derive from temporal jurisdiction that transcends normal human understanding of causality, ensuring that royal secrets will remain permanently secured against threats that exist beyond current comprehension, while maintaining the mystical foundations of monarchical divinity through supernatural means that operate according to cosmic principles governing earthly sovereignty. The legacy of the Whitechapel murders continues to manifest through supernatural phenomena that prove the ancient bloodline magic retains its cosmic authority despite more than a century of scientific advancement. The Eternal Guardians serving as permanent testament to the ultimate success of the most sophisticated otherworldly conspiracy in human history. Their continued vigilance ensures that the truth about royal involvement in the Jack the Ripper case will remain forever hidden beneath layers of mystical protection that operate according to spiritual laws, transcending human resistance or divine intervention, proving that some secrets possess cosmic significance that places them permanently beyond the reach of mortal investigation or otherworldly revelation. The supernatural forces unleashed by the royal conspiracy have achieved their ultimate purpose of establishing eternal protection for monarchical authority through means that will continue operating indefinitely regardless of changing earthly circumstances, their otherworldly power ensuring that the dark secrets binding the crown to ancient mystical covenants will never be fully revealed to a world that remains forever unprepared to comprehend the cosmic forces that continue governing earthly sovereignty through supernatural means that transcend the boundaries of human understanding and divine mercy across the endless generations that stretch toward a future, secured by otherworldly guardians whose eternal vigilance protects the ultimate secrets of royal blood and mystical power. Epilogue in the shadows of modern London, where glass towers rise above ancient cobblestones and digital screens illuminate medieval alleyways. The Eternal Guardians continue their otherworldly vigil. The truth about Jack the Ripper, that most famous of unsolved mysteries, remains, locked away not by human conspiracy or institutional cover-up, but by supernatural forces that have proven stronger than time itself. Every researcher who approaches the forbidden's knowledge feels their presence, the sudden chill in a warm archive, the electronic interference that corrupts crucial files, the inexplicable accidents that befall those who dig too deep, the ghostly figures in royal regalia, the spectral warnings delivered through dreams and digital screens, the mysterious illnesses that strike with supernatural precision, all testify to powers that transcend mortal understanding. The royal family carries on, their public duties performed beneath the protection of otherworldly guardians whose existence would shatter the rational world, as understanding of reality itself. In the depths of Windsor Castle's archives, in the secured vaults beneath Buckingham Palace, and the digital networks that span the globe. The Eternal Guardians maintain their cosmic watch. And in the East End of London, where it all began, the spirits of 5 women continue their eternal service, not as victims seeking justice, but as mystical guardians bound forever to protect the very secrets that led to their sacrificial deaths. Their otherworldly presence ensures that the ultimate truth about Jack the Ripper will remain forever hidden, protected by supernatural forces that have proven more powerful than human curiosity, scientific advancement, or the passage of time itself. The Ripper's legacy lives on not in the knife that carved through Whitechapel's darkest nights, but in the mystical covenant that transformed royal blood into otherworldly power, ensuring that some secrets will always remain beyond the reach of mortal investigation. The ancient bloodline magic endures, its cosmic authority undiminished by the centuries, its supernatural guardians eternal, and their vigilant protection of the crown's darkest truth. And so the mystery persists not because the truth cannot be found, but because otherworldly forces ensure it never will be.